Good morning. It's 10 a.m. on 9/21/23, and so at this time I call to order the Douglas County Board of County Commissioners meeting for September 21st, 2023. I ask you to all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance to be led this morning by Commissioner Walt Nosad.
Join me in the pledge to our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, so before we get started this morning, I have some housekeeping notes. Number one, I've been informed that our monitor up on the front of the room is not working this morning, so we'll be referring only to this monitor that's in front of on the sidewall directly in front of me. We anticipate the opportunity perhaps during our lunch break today that we might be able to get that back in operation, but I wouldn't necessarily count on that. Sometimes electronic devices just don't seem to want to work at times. So also, speaking of electronic devices, I would ask you to all please silence your electronic devices so that we don't have interruptions of speakers here in the room. We appreciate that. When you approach the podium for public comment, we ask you to please print your name and state your name and at which time your time will start. In addition to that, if you've looked at the agenda today, there is a slight change. Out of respect, we will be interviewing this morning three particular citizens of our county for a anticipated vacancy of our Tahoe Township Justice of the Peace from retiring Judge Glasson on October 5th. At 9 a.m. So we'll be interviewing those three individuals this morning. And so we brought forward that particular item on our agenda in advance of the consent calendar. So what we anticipate doing is doing our normal business up until with approval of previous minutes and then going into administrative agenda item number 1. After which we will do the consent calendar, and then after that we will probably take a break for lunch for an hour or so, and then a return for an afternoon session that will conclude all the other agenda items that are on our administrative agenda. So we want to, out of consideration for their time, those three candidates, we've decided to move that item up and do that this morning. And so we can then proceed with the rest of the business of the day. So if those of you who are here for other items after item number 1, you can anticipate those items will not come to us until after lunch. Okay? So, in whatever time that takes us. So we will at this time then go into public comment. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per speaker unless additional time is granted by the board chairperson. The Board of Commissioners uses timing lights to ensure that everyone has an opportunity to speak. You will see a green light when you begin and then a yellow light which indicates that you have 30 seconds left and should conclude your comments. Once the light turns red, we ask you to please sit down. In addition to opening public comment will also be taken on administrative agenda items that are identified for possible action and closing public comment. If you plan to speak on a specific agenda item that is on the administrative agenda and identified for possible action, then we ask you to please provide your public comment when that agenda item is brought forward. So at this time, public comment will be taken on those items that are within the jurisdiction and control of the Board of County Commissioners. Public comment.
Jim Jackson, member at this time. I live up on Johnson Lane, and we are very concerned about what the BLM is planning on doing. I wasn't here for the last time that the BLM made a presentation, but I watched online. I thought the responses from the commissioners was inadequate. Some of you mentioned that you had concerns, but you didn't express those concerns to the BLM. And it is a foregone conclusion of most of the residents in the area that the BLM is going to approve the use of Johnson Lane by Knox Construction. We hope that this isn't the case, and we hope that the board takes some action to try to stop this. Everybody is very concerned that you won't. The other additional thing that we're concerned about is the additional traffic on Johnson Lane due to the UPS facility going in at the airport. I spoke with the driver from UPS, and they're really looking forward to it because they're going to bring a lot of stuff down from Sparks and put it here. So there's going to be more traffic on Johnson Lane, plus the trucks from Knox, plus more air traffic. I was asking them about that, and they're probably going to be bringing in larger planes and more of them. So the airport's going to get noisier and more busy. And with the new contract looking to be issued for the airport, we're not too sure on what they're planning on doing, if they're going to really expand it or keep it to where it's at. Those are some of our concerns. One of the other things that is happening, I have tried to get help from the county, called several different offices, including the county manager's office. I have gotten no response. We have a position on Fremont and Tony Court. The individual that lives on the corner, his well has been leaking for over a year. The weeds now are about 6 feet tall, and there's going to be an accident because I drove my car down today, and when I stopped at the stop sign there, I could not see cars coming from the two directions because of the weeds. I don't know if the county can do anything about it, but I would think that they would want to. Also, the water coming from his well last winter went across the roadway and froze, created a very bad condition there. So if there's anything that anybody can do, asking your help for it, I know that some of you don't think that it's your job to solve our problems, but this is a problem that is, I think, larger than just one individual. So if we can get some help on that, we would certainly appreciate it. But going back to the Johnson Lane area and the Painted Rock Mine, we do hope that between the commissioners here and the district attorney's office, something will be done to stop them from doing the trucks down Johnson Lane, especially with the addition of the UPS trucks. It's going to be a bad problem up there. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ellie Waller. The Event Center had its ribbon cutting ceremony September 18th. Just a little reminder, the taxpayer's obligation of $1.4 million a year for 25 years. It was estimated to cost $80 million and went to, over $100 million. It'll be nice to see when we have return on asset. I have mixed feelings about the strategic plan process. I attended the priority setting meeting. I attended the first one and will be going to the one in Tahoe in October. I think it's great that we write on stickers. I'm hoping that we will get a data dump of what all the community members said, going around and trying to read the stickers just to pique interest and figure out where everybody's coming. The interaction in the master plan community engagement was a little better, I think, when we had staff up front answering questions, and the tables at the first meeting were a little better. Posted on 9/18, the Carson City supervisors will consider adopting an updated Carson City Community Wildfire Protection Plan. Hope to see where that comes into our planning process, maybe through the strategic plan or master plan update. I believe all counties should have updated plans. I'm hoping the board can provide some information to the folks of the sawmill. I hope you're helping them. I sent an email to the county manager suggesting maybe Douglas County needs to maybe offer up some easement and get the financier, Hallador, and I have the information here I can provide in written public form. Call him, tell him he needs to build that wall for those people. Also, on the public comment in the supplemental, needs to be corrected so the public better understands you folks as Board of Commissioners are not running the referendum. One of the commenters is suggesting to a hosted guest that they write to you that county commissioners are considering legislation to completely ban vacation home rentals. Again, we need facts out to the community. This is a big issue that may or may not come to the voters, but we should have correct info out there. And I don't know if that's something we can get Kurt Hildebrand to put in the paper, but it's too bad that there's so much misinformation to the people of the county here. Thank you.
Jim Slade. It's important to the county to have a strategic plan so as to make clear the priorities and goals going forward, and that plan should be updated from time to time, as is now being done. I would have attended the meeting earlier this week if I had not been out of town. Any county plan, however, including the strategic plan being updated at this time, is only as worthwhile as the willingness and dedication to follow the letter and intent of that plan by the county commissioners, county manager, and staff. Unfortunately, that has not always been the case. Douglas County created a terrific master plan in 1996, but the letter and intent of that plan have been violated repeatedly, principally by unwarranted master plan amendments, often to allow more and more and more residential growth in the county, contrary to the clearly stated desire of our citizens, as stated in the introduction to the master plan, to retain our rural character. The most egregious and ill-advised of those master plan amendments was the transfer of receiving area from Topaz to the heart of the Carson Valley just a few years ago, a move that was of dubious legality, and then to allow Park to build up to 2,500 homes on agricultural land zoned A19. Commissioners Penzel, Walsh, and Rice did a great disservice to the community to approve that amendment, which was opposed in written and oral statements by the public by a margin of about 50-1. It only benefited Park Ranch Holdings to the detriment of the community as a whole. Another example is the county mission statement and values posted right here on the wall and a part of the strategic plan. They both emphasize the importance of honesty and integrity as primary core values. Yet Commissioner Rice knowingly lied to his fellow commissioners and to the public on multiple occasions earlier this year. Yet he continues to refuse to apologize for or even admit to those lies. That shows a disappointing lack of honesty and integrity. Other commissioners have had the good sense and civility to apologize for the misstatements when they have been pointed out. But Mr. Rice alone remains silent despite repeated calls for an apology. So as you update the strategic plan, you should commit to following both the letter and intent of that plan. Otherwise, it will be just another plan on the shelf, violated often on a whim or to satisfy some special interest group, and contrary to the best interests of the good citizens of Douglas County.
Thank you. Additional public comment?
Good morning. I'd like to make a public comment, please. There has never been a
Excuse me,
woman.
we would like you to, if you could print your name and then
I was gonna do that
also-
later since I
And then
was
also
making
state
you
your
wait.
name for the record, and then your
Sure.
time will begin after you state your name. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Stacy Baker. The public comment I would like to make is that we've never had a female woman Justice of the Peace in Tahoe, and it's overdue. Now is the time. I am a professional woman. My phone just went out. And a longtime resident of State Line, who is pleased to call Judge Glasson and his beautiful wife Susan my friends. The position is more than an advisory board appointment. It's a serious position that requires more than political calculation as to who should serve. Much to my chagrin, in 30 years of residency, I know the male-dominated, I'll scratch your back, you scratch my back, politics that exist in my town. The first thing to logically consider is who is the most qualified candidate. You don't need an advisory board for that. Someone who applied for the position and submitted no resume or work experience? Someone mainly working as a general contractor and owns restaurants? Someone who's working right now as a general contractor for Judge Glasson? If you take the time to read all three candidates' law practices, there's one clear choice, and that is Cynthia Mohudin. By far and away, her depth and breadth of experience makes her the first choice, and lucky for Douglas County. She has knowledge and experience in areas of law relevant to our community. She has experience with family law, understands property tax, custody, and financial matters. I read the applications. The most appropriate and experienced candidate is also female. Time for diversity in Douglas County. The present overdevelopment, lack of evidence-based management of our precious environment is one symptom of business as usual that needs to change and progress. Women in the judiciary matter for equal access to justice and equality of the judiciary system. The justice system as a whole is increasingly more diverse, including diverse judges, juries, and litigants. This diversity has been proven to enhance creativity and innovation and leads to better decision-making and problem-solving desperately needed here in Douglas County. Please remember, a fundamental underlying goal of the justice system is providing equal opportunity and treatment for everyone. I'm hoping you guys are listening. I really am. This is a demonstrated fact. So I'm going to say it again. The community and the justice system will benefit from this greater diversity in trial court appointments. Time for not business as usual. Time to evolve and progress and embrace change that will lead to a better direction. Time for a Lady Tahoe Justice of the Court. You all have family and daughters. It's time. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Is there any additional public comment?
Good morning, Commissioners, Chairman. My name is David Vogt. I'm here in support of Mike Johnson.
Sir, I allowed this other lady to speak, but that is an agenda item, and so we will be allowing public comment in regards to that specific agenda item as that comes forward to us. So if you have to get back to work, then we understand that and we allow that. But generally, we would only allow public comment when that item comes before the board. So if you can withhold your comments until that time, that would be appreciated. If not, if you need to get on with your day, then please give us your public comment, but you will have ceded your 3 minutes when that item does come before us.
Got it. Thank you. I'm more than happy to wait in that case.
Thank you. Okay. Okay. Any additional public comment? Okay, seeing no additional public comment, we'll bring it back to the board. So I wanted to address one item that was brought forward by a member of the public, and that, Mr. Jackson, you talked about the weed issue out on, I believe it was what you say, Fremont and Tony Court. We do handle those types of situations through our code enforcement office. So if you could contact them and express your issue there, then they can go out and. You're not getting any calls back? Okay, then I will be in touch with our code enforcement manager and we'll, okay, so I've been informed our county manager's already jumped on that, so, okay. So, yes, okay, we do have the ability to do that. So, we had a similar problem at another lot just recently, and we corrected that as well, so. Yeah, okay, thank you. Okay, with that then, we'll go on with the rest of the agenda, and at this time, I'll entertain a motion.
Responses?
Oh, pardon me?
Can we do responses to public comment?
Yes, if you wish.
I do.
Okay.
Have a few. Mr. Jackson, I share your concern about BLM's role in this decision, and is the county doing enough? And I had a meeting this week on that very topic, and I can say that I am convinced the county has aggressively sought the exact outcome that the Johnson Lane residents want, and I look forward to having more public dialogue about that when the time is right. And we have discussed how we would do that, and I'm sure that you'll hear more about that. But for now, and I know we can't discuss this, but I do want to say that the county has aggressively taken a position that this is not the right thing for this property. I wanted to respond to Stacy Baker. Oh, there you are. Thank you. Just two little things. One is I do believe this is a serious position, and I have taken a lot of time and will continue to do so for 2 more weeks in deliberating and weighing all the considerations. I also think that every advisory position we make is a serious position, and I take those serious. And I agree with you 100%. No appointment should be made on the basis of politics or relationships. Having said that, I will also say that I'm not going to make this decision based on gender. I'm going to look for the most qualified, according to my criteria. Yeah. Those were my, one more thing. Ellie, I appreciate the idea of we need to have correct information on VHRs, and I also had a conversation with county staff about that this week, and it is a concern. It is a real concern and something that I'm sure we'll be paying more attention to in the coming weeks.
Thank you. And that was going to be my comment in regards to the selection of a candidate to serve as our justice of the peace. I have no intention. I don't base any of my selections based on gender. So I keep a blind eye to that. So okay, it's the most qualified individual. Yep. So anyways, okay. So with that, then we'll go into the approval of the agenda, and I'll entertain a motion to approve the proposed agenda as presented.
So moved.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Noasad, seconded by Commissioner Hales to approve the agenda as proposed. Sensing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. We'll go into the approval of the previous minutes. I have been notified by staff that we have a correction to make on our 921, on our 817 minutes. Request, I'm not sure where that plays into. Anyways, we did not get the word "not" in the, so I'll read it. So you'll find on pages 872 to 873 of your packet, the general rule may not be altered, removed, or installed. Is that correct, Mr. Ritchie?
Yes.
Okay.
Chairman
So-
Doug Ritchie with the District Attorney's Office. That's correct. It's clear from the context that that word "not" was omitted when the presenter was speaking, but "not" should be in the actual minutes.
Okay. And I'm glad that our clerks actually are the ones that caught that. So anyways, and brought that forward. So anyways, with that, I'll entertain a motion to, unless there's other corrections that the commissioners have identified, I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes of approve the draft minutes of August 17, 2023, regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners with the correction.
So moved.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Rice, seconded by Commissioner Noasad to approve the draft minutes of August 17, 2023 with the so noted correction. Sensing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 5-0. Okay, as I previously stated, we're going in now to administrative agenda item number 1. So we'll hear from the 3 individual candidates that have applied for possible appointment to the Tahoe Township Justice of the Peace. So I'll read that item into the agenda. I believe the three candidates have been asked to step out of the room. Is that correct? And then we'll come into the room on an individual basis, okay, and be interviewed. Okay. So are all three candidates, well, are they going to stay for this reading and then they'll exit? Is that?
Good morning.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead.
Good morning, Chairman Gardner and members of the commission. One of our candidates has not arrived yet this morning, so I would like to propose that we start with an alternate candidate in order to give our first candidate an opportunity to arrive here this morning.
Okay. So I'll read into the agenda and then, into the minutes, and then we'll go from there, right? Okay. Item number 1, for possible action, conduct the interview of candidates for the Tahoe Township Justice of the Peace position and discuss the October 5th, 2023 date for the appointment to the position. Candidates to be interviewed are listed in alphabetical order. Mr. Richard Gardner, Michael K. Johnson, and Miss Cynthia Mohedan. Did I get that last name correct? Mohedan? Okay. So, and I had problems with that when she was appointed earlier this year, I believe, to the Law Library Board. But anyways, and this is being presented by our Miss Vito, right? Okay. So I would want to preface this my comments by saying, or this agenda item, by saying that we will not be making a selection today. This is strictly the interview process. The individuals will be interviewed separately, with the other two not being in the room at that time. So I would also caution, and I'm doing this mostly for myself, but caution the commissioners in the questions that they may ask, that we try to avoid as much as possible showing any preference for one candidate or another, so that we keep a complete open mind between now and October the 5th possible appointment of one of the three of these. So at this time, Ms. Vito, you may proceed.
Thank you, Chairman Gardner, members of the commission. Christine Vito, Senior Analyst with Human Resources, for the record. I will be facilitating the interviews today for the Tahoe Township Justice of the Peace. As I mentioned prior to reading of the agenda item, we will be starting with Mr. Johnson this morning, as our first candidate has not arrived yet. Just a few items to mention. The applications and letters of reference submitted by the candidates are in your board packet starting on page 93. Interview questions are being handed out this morning and being provided as supplemental. As Chairman Gardner mentioned, out of courtesy, we have asked all three candidates to not sit in the chambers while the others are being interviewed. So we will require a brief pause between each interview to shuffle the candidates in and out of the room. I will be reading the prepared questions today. There are 10 prepared questions, but this board may ask follow-up or clarifying questions throughout the process. Do you have any questions for me before we get started?
I have a few of my own questions that are not follow-ups. So can I ask those when we're done with these?
Yes, I would recommend getting through the scripted questions first.
I do too have questions myself. If they don't come up in the process, then I'll be prepared to make those questions as we go through this. There will be a public comment period after each of the candidates, so that we can hear from. Don't you want to do it at each? No.
It's up to you, sir. Your discretion.
I don't know. How would you prefer to hear public comment, commissioners? I'm gonna let the rest of the board actually just make. Would you prefer to hear public comment on after each candidate, or at the end of hearing all three? Does it make any difference?
Personally, I would rather it after all the candidates have had a chance to speak.
After, okay, Okay, so we'll do it that way. Okay, so we withhold public comment until after we've heard from all three candidates. Okay, we'll do that. Very good. So.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, this is Christine Vito, Human Resources for the record. Our first candidate today is Mr. Michael Johnson. Welcome. I will be asking the questions on behalf of the board. Mr. Johnson, if you would please provide your responses directly to the board, and they may be asking you follow-up questions after your responses.
Sure.
Are we ready to get started?
You bet.
Okay. Your first question is, can you please tell us why you are interested in the Justice of the Peace judgeship?
Sure. So I started as a practicing attorney in 1997, and I don't know that I had judicial ambitions for the first few years. I was working as a junior attorney and associate attorney in a law firm run by Judge Glasson and others at the time. So Judge Glasson, before he was judge, was my boss there. Once he became judge, he asked if I had an interest in being put on the pro tem list and filling in for him on occasion. And, you know, I didn't do it right away. I wasn't sure I was prepared for it right away. I don't know that I had the highest level of interest in it at that time. At that time, you know, I was a lot younger then. I was interested in advocating for a client, taking sides and, you know, representing a client in an adversarial proceeding. Then I finally gave it a try as a pro tem, sat in for Judge Glasson in 2006, is the best I can figure based on looking at my old records. And I really surprised myself that I really enjoyed the process. It felt really meaningful. Instead of advocating for a client at that time, one side or the other, I was advocating, if that's the right term, for the right result, for a correct legal ruling, for a correct factual determination, and doing the right thing and doing the fair thing for the parties. And I found that I really enjoyed it, and it was meaningful work. And I think shortly after the first time I filled in for Judge Glasson, I told him or anybody else who would listen that, yeah, Judge, you know, when you retire, let me know, or when you're getting ready to retire, let me know, because I think I would like to have this job someday. So here I am, 17 years later.
Mr. Johnson, what do you believe would be your most important contribution to the court?
Well, you know, you have to hit on so many categories here. I mean, I think, first of all, I would be a calm influence on the court and the litigants and the attorneys that appear in front of it, because I don't get worked up about things myself too much. I think I'd be good on the administrative end of the court. At least I take an interest in what goes on in the administrative end of the court. I think with my experience as an attorney in that court and as a pro tem judge to a lesser degree, I think I'm in a good position to make correct legal decisions, or at least I've seen the issues before and know how to deal with them. So, yeah, I think that's the way I'd answer that.
Can I ask a follow-up to that one? Welcome this morning.
Thanks.
What's your understanding of the organization of court clerks in the county?
Probably a poor understanding of it. I know that Bobby Williams is the chief clerk, and the other clerks, including the clerk of the Justice Court, report to Bobby, Ms. Williams. I know the court, I think there was a Nevada Supreme Court case, I don't know, 10 or 15 years ago, where there's sort of a question as to what supervision the Justice Court judge, or maybe that was a district court judge, I don't remember specifically, but there is a question as to what authority the judge has over the clerks. And I think when it comes to, you know, courtroom duties, I think ultimately those are decisions that are going to have to be made by the presiding judge. But obviously cooperation and deference to the expertise of the clerk's office is important as well.
Mr. Johnson, can you please tell us what you know about the Tahoe Township?
Sure. Let's see, geographically speaking, I don't know that I can give you a meets and bounds description, but basically the folks up at the lake. So folks like me that I've lived on Kingsbury, off of Kingsbury for 26 years, and then it extends, well, to the state line and then up to Glenbrook. I think I read somewhere that Tahoe Township, this is a post office statistic, is one of the most transient zip codes in the country. Excluding military bases and college campuses where you'd expect that sort of thing. I don't know that that's true anymore. It seems we have a lot of longtime folks there, but that's sort of a lot of new people coming to town a lot. Everybody likes to tout how long they've lived at Lake Tahoe. It's a great place. It's I came here to live in Tahoe Township. That's why I'm here. It's the most beautiful place on earth, and good people, well-run governmental entities. I'll leave it at that.
Mr. Johnson, how do you ensure that all parties involved in a case are treated fairly and with respect?
Well, I guess you start with looking at the rule from the Nevada Code of Judicial Discipline on whether you should recuse yourself. That's an easy one, right? If you shouldn't be hearing the case in the first place, if you do hear it, you're not following the rules, and you're not providing fair result to both parties. I think you can look at it from a musician auditions at times. These symphony orchestras, they have somebody and they do blind auditions, right? They have them come behind a curtain and don't let the person's looks or history influence their decision. That's not possible to do that in this context, of course, but you can kind of apply those principles to your thinking and put yourself in the position of both litigants and decide that, you know what, I'm not going to let their personal beliefs or my personal beliefs have a disproportionate impact on a ruling or a decision.
A loosely related follow-up. And this is not just in relation to the parties before you, but in everything you do if you are appointed. What practices do you have in your life, or would you have in your life, to guard against judicial arrogance?
Well, I have seen it in the past, right? We call it black robe syndrome, that maybe makes people behave differently than they did prior to taking the bench. So I think using that as a cautionary tale, I'm not, above that sort of thing, if I would imagine, unless I'm diligent and vigilant about not letting that affect me. I don't know. I guess it's just the attitude that you have going into this. This is a job. You're here to do it correctly. It doesn't put you above anybody. Just puts you in a position where you're making important decisions, and you should be, if anything, the position should make you more humble rather than more arrogant.
Mr. Johnson, please give us an example of when you entered a job or situation and had to make decisions immediately without time to get your bearings.
So I'm going to say that as coming out of law school, they don't really teach you the practice of law in law school. They teach you a lot of abstract concepts, and I tried to get some clinical, practical experience, but mostly it was just reading textbooks. And so when I first started to work as a, wet behind the ears attorney, I was expected to, I was expected to be a real lawyer. I didn't feel like I was prepared to be one at that point. And I think the idea is you got to know your limitations. You got to tell people, whether it be your client or your supervisor at the time, of your limitations, and do the best you can with it. I was put in this even before I became a lawyer. I had the opportunity to do a contract as a prosecutor. This is even before I finished law school. They had I think Nevada recently adopted a similar rule that allows law students to actually practice law, appear in court, handle trials when they haven't even finished law school yet, let alone pass the bar. And, it was getting thrown in the deep end. And, all you can do is make sure you're prepared as you can be under the circumstances. And I think it worked out okay.
So I'd like to, this is a perfect opportunity for me to make this statement, I believe, okay, in that right now you're thinking on your feet, okay? And I think it's important for the audience to understand that this is the first time that Mr. Johnson has heard these questions, okay? These questions have been prepared by our Human Resources Department to assist the interview process. This is the first time that the commissioners are seeing these questions, and the candidates have not been provided with these questions in advance of this. So they're not really prepared. They don't know what's coming before them as we speak right now. And that is basically a primary reason why we're not having the other two candidates sit here and listen to these questions so they can formulate answers while Mr. Johnson is answering them. So I wanted to take I meant to say that in advance, but this gave me the perfect opportunity to introduce that because we asked him, on your feet, how are you making decisions? So anyways, okay, thank you. Proceed, please. Thank you.
Mr. Johnson, give us an example of a difficult problem you worked on and walk us through your decision-making process.
First of all, I want to thank Mr. Chairman for making that comment. I would like to think I could be a lot more eloquent answering these questions if I had the ability to prepare for them. A difficult problem that I've had to work through it. When I get into a new area of law, I had to deal with some very arcane statutory issues a few months ago that I had no experience in at all. And I get out, maybe a kind of visual person, so I will, at least sometimes when you read statutes, it's like, reading TV installation instructions or stereo installation instructions or something. You need to diagram things. So what I did was put a big piece of paper on my wall and diagrammed it. And there's a statute with 100 different parts to it, go through it one by one, and it makes more sense to me when I do it that way. So it's kind of like a scorecard when you're interpreting or writing a brief that involves complex legal issues. I kind of go to that method. Whether it's advised or not, it seems to work for me.
Mr. Johnson, tell us a time when you were involved in settling a disagreement and successfully maintained relationships.
So, I've acted as mediator on quite a few cases. So a mediator is a person without any real power. They are there to take the two litigants, the two adverse parties in a lawsuit, and make suggestions, maybe cajole a little bit, be a conduit to try and get them to come to an agreement. So I've been mediator more times than I can count. But maybe a better way of answering that question would be when I'm trying to get a resolution. Most lawsuits settle, right? I don't know what the statistics are, but probably 95% of all lawsuits settle short of going to trial. And that's for a lot of reasons, usually practical reasons and monetary reasons. And so when you're in a lawsuit, there's a good chance it's going to settle, just statistically speaking. And especially when I do a case involving a neighborhood dispute. Do a lot of, in fact, my writing sample that I provided, not super compelling reading, but it's sort of illustrative of the kind of practice I do a lot of the time. It's a neighborhood dispute. It's folks that had an issue over easements or boundary lines or whatever it is. Sometimes it gets nasty, sometimes it gets contentious. But this person, we can beat them in court, maybe, but you're gonna have to live next to this person when the case is over with. So we don't take a scorched earth approach toward litigating matters unless it's, absolutely necessary.
Mr. Johnson, please provide an example of when you chose to be true to your own values rather than do what was told or expected.
I think There are times when clients ask me to do things that, well, certainly not illegal and maybe not even unethical, don't sit well with me, aren't the kind of thing I can get behind, maybe not the kind of thing I could be proud of. So there are occasions, even with, good clients of mine, that I tell them, before I get to the point that I tell them we're going to have to, break up, try to convince them that I'm correct. I'd like to think so anyway. Convince them why taking the high road is, in the long run, going to be a preferable route. And then the occasional time when we can't come to an agreement on that, just decide they may be better off with another attorney that can pursue the course of conduct that they have in mind.
Mr. Johnson, can you describe when or where you learned the most about your strengths and weaknesses?
Well, I guess it's when, I'm throwing a curveball, when I'm handling a legal matter that I don't have experience with. There's some certain types of matters, subject matter, jurisdictional matters that I do all the time, and, I've done it enough times to know sort of what the likely outcome is and how I'm about to handle it. But when something new comes up, I'm sort of forced to decide, am I the best suited person to handle this particular matter? And I think at those times, you got to decide, sometimes the answer to that question is no. And you either refer the matter to another attorney or ask for some help, or tell the client about your limitations on it.
Mr. Johnson, tell us a time when, let me repeat that. Tell us a time your role in a group wasn't effective, so you changed the way you work with them.
Role in a group? Okay. I spend most of my time working alone at my office, I suppose, so I don't know that I have a lot of group involvement, or at least not group involvement that's gone awry. I would say this, maybe in the capacity as mediator. So again, back to mediations, where you put one set of litigants in one room, another set of litigants in another room with their respective attorneys, and the mediator shuttles back and forth and tries to convince everybody that it's best to work things out rather than go to court over the issue we're discussing. And, so you're dealing with two different groups, and, what motivates one group to, in my view, see reason or resolve their dispute may not work with another. And so maybe my traditional approach to having people see reason, I have a whole kind of set of ideas that I have in a mediation as to telling people, having people recognize the realities and the expense associated with litigation. That may not motivate somebody that, for example, is not concerned with the expense of litigation. So we have to come up with new ideas to let them know that they should be exploring all their options, and that may involve settling a case.
I have a follow-up question to that. So you have served as Judge Pro Tem since 2006. Is that what I
In the
show
Tahoe.
here? Okay. So have you served in those cases? Have you served as a mediator between two parties in cases in court and work with those two groups as a Judge Pro Tem in that same capacity?
Right. So there's a real. Have to be real careful. If you're the judge on the case, just making the ultimate decision on the case, it's usually considered best not to participate in the mediation. The idea behind a mediation is the parties can speak freely with you, right, without fear of affecting the result. And so, no, I think normally, there are times when the parties will stipulate and agree, yes, we want you to resolve this. I can't think of ever having done that in the Tahoe Township Justice Court. Most of my mediation experience is when I'm hired as a private mediator, or I'm designated by the El Dorado County Superior Court as a dispute resolution conference mediator. And I'm just there as a mediator, not as a decision maker.
Mr. Rice, you had Follow-up question?
I do need to make a disclosure. I worked as the deputy constable in the Tahoe Township Court for about 15 years, and I have served in many cases where Mr. Johnson was the attorney, as well as I know one of the other candidates quite well. And I want to assure you that my relationship with them will have no determination on my choice of candidates.
I believe we're done with the 10 questions. No, we're not. I just meant to say that we're done. Ms. Vito has concluded her 10. So I want to give now each commissioner an opportunity to address questions that they might have, right? That's what I was doing. And you can go first if you wish.
I just wanted to say, first of all, I appreciate you reaching out to me, trying to meet me in person. It shows the desire that you have and the work ethic that you want for this job. Maybe we can meet again if you want to after this meeting, but I didn't want to meet before it because we were having these open meetings. Number two, I'm very impressed with all of the letters in support of you. I believe the entire supplemental packages all support of your positions. So whoever you have spoken with, they have done a great job, and it also shows your desire for this position.
Thank you.
No further, no follow-up questions. Okay. Commissioner Hales, did you have additional questions you wish to ask?
I have two. Could you walk us through very briefly how you would hold an arraignment?
Sure. So the arraignment is the first appearance of a criminal defendant. You advise them of their rights, just like they say on TV. They have the right to remain silent if you choose to say something that may be used against you in future proceedings. You want to talk to them about whether, well, first of all, if they have an attorney there. This is usually handled through the attorney if they have an attorney. And then ultimately, you're there to, you might be discussing bail issues, particularly if they're in custody. You want to resolve bail issues at that time. And then ultimately, you may ask them to enter a plea, guilty, not guilty, no contest to the charges presented against them.
Thank you. And my last question, would you describe a time when you personally have seen a justice of the peace, could be you when you were pro tem or another justice of the peace, when you've seen a justice of the peace have a meaningful impact on the life of a person before them?
It's hard to say, right? Because you see what happens in court. You don't necessarily see the follow-up and what happens later. But there sure are times when a criminal defendant, for example, I've seen Judge Glasson speak to a criminal defendant in a non-demeaning way, but provides life advice that, gosh, I sure hope they're listening. I sure hope they're using that to their long-term advantage. Do I have quantitative data where somebody was, educated about something and then, turn their life around based on that? I think it's inevitable. I think it has to happen. I can't point you to a specific example, or I can't name somebody off the top of my head where that happens, but that's what this process is set up in part to do, is to give people the opportunity to, make changes to whatever disposition they had that got them into that trouble in the first place.
Okay. Additional? No? Commissioner Noss had any questions of this candidate?
Just real quick, Mr. Gardner. The last question asked. Oh, Johnson, I'm very sorry. Wrong page. All right. Same question. Tell us about the time your role in a group wasn't effective. That's for part one. Part two says, so you changed the way you worked with them. Do you have a specific case that you care to share with us?
So you're bringing up the question that was asked to me earlier by Ms. Vito. Is that right? I just had a little trouble hearing
Number
you.
10.
Okay. I touched on it a little bit in my answer. It was in the context of a mediation as mediator when I was there to, and it's two sets of groups actually, right? You've got the plaintiffs group and the defendant group over here. And by the way, this doesn't always, settling these cases doesn't always mean somebody writing somebody a check. There are non-monetary ways of settling cases. Be surprised, sometimes an apology from one side goes a long way toward resolving an issue. And so, for me to go in as mediator and says, you ought to accept this offer, or this, I think this is a good deal for you, would be arrogant on my part. I think you need to talk to the folks that you're helping with the mediation and be open to their suggestions, be open to what they want to achieve. And so I don't know that answering the question exactly, but that's the closest I can come up with on the spot right now.
Thank you.
Commissioner Rice?
Thank you, sir. We've thrown a lot of questions at you, and we will be throwing a lot of questions at the other two candidates also. What I want to know is there anything that you really wanted us to know about that you haven't had a chance to say?
No, I mean, I think if you've read my application, certainly all the black and white experience and on paper, I think that'll kind of tell you my qualifications. I would say this, though. Maybe the best way, hopefully this interview is enlightening for you and helps you in making your decision, but I think the best way is to ask folks that know me, ask folks in the court system that know me. There is a rule under the Nevada judge rules that precludes judges from providing an opinion about me in this situation unless asked. I would encourage you to, a judge, retired judge, present judge, whoever, ask them, see if they'll share. They may not share with you their opinion. Maybe they don't have a good opinion of me, I don't know, but I'm willing to encourage you to give it a shot. Speak to attorneys that are in court. Speak to the court clerks. Who knows better about what goes on day in, day out than the court clerks? Speak to the bailiffs. And I'm willing to bet that you'll hear positive things about me when I say that I'm committed to fair results and treating people fairly and keeping a calm demeanor. I think that would be a good way of verifying that what I'm telling you probably is true.
Okay. And I have several questions, but I also need to do something in full disclosure. First of all, the first 18 years of my life I spent with the last name of Johnson because my mother and stepfather got married a year after I was born, and so I was enrolled in school and went through all my school years as Mark Johnson. It wasn't until I became an adult that I found out that my legal name was Mark Gardner, and so I had two choices: either go back to change my name legally to Mark Johnson, or become Mark Gardner. And based on what some of the escapades of my earlier years, I felt it might be better to just become Mark Gardner. That's a joke, folks. Okay. But it is true that I did spend 18 years as Mark Johnson. Okay. And then of course we have a candidate before us today in Rick Gardner, and I just want to assure the public that we are not. We don't know each other to be related, okay? So that won't bear into my decision at all. So I just want to make sure the public is completely aware of that. With that, I had a question for you. Now, you serve as a justice or a judge pro tem since 2006. How often do you serve in that capacity on behalf of the county?
Not a lot, handful of times a year, maybe. Actually sitting in court proceedings and presiding as judge, I would say half a dozen times a year. And then there are other times, maybe there's a motion, some paperwork that needs to be done that Judge Glasson couldn't review because he knows, has too close of a relationship with the parties. Occasionally something like that. Occasionally, I'll, have a sheriff's deputy come to me to sign a warrant, things like that. But we could go back and, track the records, I suppose, and figure that out. But if I had to guess, I would say, including, non-presiding in court, I don't know, 6 or 8 times a year.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to ask these questions of all the candidates, so it's not particular to you. But can you tell me how you feel the judicial branch in our county fits into our county business? How do you differentiate that?
How it fits into the county business, the administration of the county, you mean? Yeah. Well, I mean, it's on a smaller scale, but it's, it's another branch of government, right? I mean, it's the judicial branch, not to be confused with, the executive or legislative branch. And I think it needs to maintain that role. Doesn't mean it needs to be at odds necessarily with the other branches of government, but I think you can look at it, look at the federal government as a model for it, and what does the judicial branch do in that context? There are obvious differences, of course, but I think the general theme is the same.
So you do respect, though, the separation of powers in that regard?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. I expected that answer, but I just wanted to make sure. I would hope that you've probably taken a look at the resumes and the packages that have been submitted to us by the other candidates for this position. I would expect you to, but maybe you haven't. So I don't want to assume that. But perhaps in that regard, what attributes do you feel that we should consider as a board that would differentiate you from your fellow candidates?
Experience in that court as an attorney more times than I can count, experience in that court as a pro tem judge, experience in related kind of analogous roles as well. I was on the State Bar of Nevada attorney discipline panel. Believe it or not, attorneys break rules at times and they need to be disciplined when that happens. So that has a quasi-judicial element to it. As mediator, as arbitrator. Arbitrator is sort of like making judicial decisions, but not in a courtroom context. So it's a very similar role as well. I've been a private arbitrator. I've also been selected as an arbitrator through it's called the Nevada Court Annexed Arbitration Program. So I don't know any way other than experience. I mean, I guess there are ways other than experience to prepare yourself for the role. I think that's the best way. To supplement that, I've also, for the last, 5 or 6 years, have been taking classes through the Nevada Supreme Court. The Administrative Office of the Courts has a judicial education program, so I've been taking classes through that. And some of these things are that I might not have learned just being an attorney litigating in that court or even filling in as pro tem. Interesting topics like, Judge Glasson, by the way, has taught a lot of these classes in the past. How to deal with sovereign citizen criminal defendants, things like that. So I think the combination of experience and kind of going out of my way to get more formal education, and I know more is needed, and I don't pretend to have the high level of skill and experience that Judge Glasson has at this point, but I think I can get there.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions, but commissioners, before we allow this candidate to leave, based on the exchanges, is there any additional questions that you might ask? Okay. Okay. Well, as Commissioner Hale says, thank you very much for coming today and making yourself available today for this. And I think the information was extremely useful to us and will help us in our deliberations. And I wish you the best of luck in the process. But thank you for coming forward and offering yourself to fulfill this role on behalf of the county and the citizens of Douglas County. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioners.
Okay. So anyways, just a side note here, I did indicate earlier that our monitor here is not working, and then I turned earlier to our county manager to find out if that were true of this monitor, but in retrospect, I think that's probably because we've actually turned those off so that they don't broadcast to to the hallway as well, right? That's probably what's happened, right? So, is that one off also? Oh, okay. The hallway's on, okay. Okay, so I didn't know that, okay. So maybe we have another problem that I'm not aware of. Anyways, okay, well, that's good. So we've heard, and has our first candidate arrived yet, or are we still waiting for his arrival?
Christine Vito, for the record. Yes, our first candidate has arrived. However, we are going to move forward with the third candidate at this time in the interview process. So Cynthia Mohuden will be interviewing next.
Wow, and my pronunciation of that wasn't very far off. That's good.
Stand here? Yeah. Okay. If I say you're standing.
Christine Vito, Human Resources, for the record. Welcome, Ms. Mohuden, to the interview for Justice of the Peace. I will be asking the questions today. If you can provide your responses directly to this board, they may be asking you follow-up questions after my scripted questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Cynthia Mohuden for the record, and good morning, Chair Gardner and the rest of the Douglas County Commissioners. It's my absolute privilege and honor to be here today.
Christine Vito, for the record, we'll go ahead and get started. Ms. Mohuden, can you please tell us why you're interested in the Justice of the Peace judgeship?
Yes, I can. I moved to Lake Tahoe in late 2019, and it was always a childhood dream of mine to live here. So I decided to pursue following my heart rather than my brain. After 25 plus years of going to college, going to law school, raising a family, running a practice, my husband and I had the luxury of making a life choice based on what we wanted to do rather than what we needed to do. And so that's what we did. And he proudly stated when we made this choice that he was retiring, whether I wanted him to or not. I, on the other hand, told him and everyone else at the time, I'm on an indefinite sabbatical. For once in my life, I'm going to close one chapter, and I'm going to just wait and see what the next chapter brings. I had no plan. I was still closing my practice. Closing a practice is probably more work than opening one. I did not know this at the time. So that brings us to today. And when I saw that this opportunity arose, I felt like it was absolutely the perfect job for me, and I was the perfect candidate for it. I have 25 years of experience working with regular folk, solving regular people problems. And that is not as easy as it sounds. I have worked with so many types of folks, basically ranging the entire socioeconomic scale, people from different cultures, people from different backgrounds. I have represented mothers, I have represented fathers. I have worked with people in the child welfare system doing open adoption mediation. I have been an arbitrator, I have been a mediator, and I am not a Nevada licensed attorney, so I was not seeking to become one or practice law here in Nevada. I don't desire to seek higher office as a regular district court judge. That is not on my agenda at this time. I feel like my talents and my life experience and my geographical location, the stars just aligned, and here I am, and I think I am the perfect candidate for this. And I just really want to serve my community. I enjoy having the opportunity to serve, and I think this is the best way for me to do that.
Ms. Mohuden, can you please, I'm sorry, let me repeat that. What do you believe would be your most important contribution to the court?
I think it's my instincts and my people sense. I think lawyers can read statutes and apply the law. If you've been trained and you know how to do that, it's not difficult unless the law is extremely complicated, which I do not believe it is in most of the jurisdictions of the Justice of the Peace. I think what my greatest asset is just my sixth sense. In 25 plus years of doing family law, I've been lied to. And I have also thought people were lying when they weren't. And I've mediated and I've worked with people. And I think evaluating people's credibility and also having compassion and listening and meeting people where they're at. Not everyone approaches the world the same way that you do. Everyone is different, and so listening to what they're saying, where they're coming from, and understanding that, I think, is my greatest strength. In addition to knowing how to read and apply the law, I think that is clear for all of the candidates. But I think my greatest strength is my ability to listen and be empathetic and also understand. For example, I've worked with a lot of folks with disabilities. When I was an impartial hearings officer for OVRS, which stands for Office of Vocational Rehabilitation Service. I hate government acronyms. So I did a lot of working with folks with disabilities, which includes mental health disabilities. I am a mother of a child on the autism spectrum. My children are now adults. So I have raised him. So I understand, I think I bring to the table a great depth and understanding of people who may not always get it, who people may not always behave appropriately, and how you address that. And it's obviously different in different capacities. If you're a justice of the peace, it's one thing. If you're someone's advocate, it's another. If you're their third-party neutral mediator, it's another. So you have to bring your role to the table and apply your knowledge and experience. And I believe that that is my greatest strength, in that I have spent my entire career up until moving to Tahoe just working with people day in and day out. And a lot of people look at me and say, oh, family law, I could never do that. And I look at them and I say, I enjoyed it. Not every day. There were days I really hated it. But most days I loved it. I loved working with people, and I loved having a positive impact on their lives. And I think for the most part, I did that. I still hear from my clients telling me they miss me. You know, something came up and they want me to represent them, and I meant a lot to them in their life, and I sadly have to tell them I'm no longer there. I can't help them, but it makes me feel good about the work that I did when I did it, and I feel I made a positive impact upon their lives.
Ms. Mohuden, can you please tell us what you know about the Tahoe Township?
Well, I know where it's located. I know where the TRPA boundary is. I have read the Douglas County Master Plan, which surprisingly I enjoyed. I am not normally a master plan real estate type of person. It was not my normal area, but I was looking into something and I just started reading it and I fell down a rabbit hole and I quite enjoyed it. So I know everything that's in the master plan. I know it's a small community. I know that there's a lot of tourism. I know a lot of the folks that come before the Justice of the Peace are not from the Tahoe Township. They might be coming in from out of state. I know that the number of residents, full-time residents and small, younger families is shrinking, and I think that's unfortunate. I also know that it's one of the most beautiful places on earth, and there's no place I'd rather be. And I know that, that the caseload of the Justice Court is shrinking there. I know that from my chats with Judge Glasson. And, I know where the geographic boundaries are, and that's really it, I guess.
Ms. Mohuden, how do you ensure that all parties involved in a case are treated fairly and with respect?
Listen, give everyone the opportunity to speak. And that, again, sounds a lot easier than it is. And I'm sure, the commissioners here know they've listened to public comment, but, in a judicial situation, you don't have the 3-minute time limit. You have to manage it yourself. There is no one else to do it for you unless something gets horrifically out of hand and then you have to call maybe your sheriffs. But other than that, you have to handle it yourself. And I think just listening, giving people a chance, but also being mindful of the clock, and making sure that one person's opportunity to be heard does not overly trample on the other person's opportunity to be heard. And you want to try to give people equal chance, but that's, again, way easier said than done. So I think that's the first thing, and keeping people focused and directed. Sometimes you have to redirect people when they get off topic. For example, what they had for breakfast that day may not be relevant unless maybe it was a peanut and they have a peanut allergy and they crashed their car. Then maybe it is relevant to the case at hand. But otherwise, so asking direct questions to get information out, and making sure that you treat everyone respectfully, even when they can't always treat you with respect. And then eventually you run out of chances and you have to take control.
I'd like to ask a follow-up to that that's sort of loosely related to that, but this is not just about the parties, but about everyone you would deal with as a justice of the peace if you were appointed. And this is the question. What practices do you have in your life to guard against judicial arrogance? Do you have now, or would you institute if you were a justice of the peace?
That is an excellent question. And before I answer it, I'm going to say one of my best friends in law school, Judge Cheryl Albright, who submitted one of my letters of recommendation. She's now the head of the criminal division in Multnomah County, and I didn't even know that actually till I reached back to her. I knew she was a judge, obviously, but I didn't realize she had ascended to the head judge of the criminal division of Multnomah County. And she and I had lunch, and she's been a judge for almost 20 years now. And she looked at me when we were having lunch, and she said, "Cynthia, if you see me get black robe disease, please call me out on it." And so I'm very familiar with this concept, and I've never had to. I also haven't appeared in front of her, so I think that is a very good question, and it is really easy to let power go to your head. I mean, I think that's human nature, and anyone that tells you anything else isn't telling you the truth. Everyone likes power and control. That's just the way we are. That's the way we're, some people more than others. So I think keeping yourself in check, reminding yourself that you're human, and that's just my MO. I am not a braggadocio type of person. I think it is an honor and a privilege to work with people at their worst, even though it's not always fun. So I feel that would be not difficult for me, but I think it's an excellent question. I believe that anyone who takes this job should be mindful of the potential for arrogance, because it does happen. And thank you for the question.
Ms. Mohuden, please give us an example of when you entered a job or situation and had to make decisions immediately without time to get your bearings.
Wow, so many. It's hard to, honestly, a lot of that I've just left in the rearview mirror, so it's hard to go back there. Gosh, there have been a lot. It's hard for me to think of one specific example on the fly right now, because it's been it's been over 4 years. I think there have been a lot of times where I've been in trial. I'm trying to think of something specific, and oh gosh, it's been so long. There's just been many times. Actually, I'm going to shift gears. I think one time when I was a hearings officer, we were doing a hearing over the phone, and someone just went so far sideways. I mean, mental health and it's really difficult, because I think we were having a preliminary hearing on the phone. Our hearings were always in person. This is all pre-COVID. And the person just went over, and just hyper-verbal, the phone hearing was completely out of control. And I felt like I needed to take control, and it was very difficult because I wasn't there in person. I couldn't make eye contact. So I finally had to just cut them off. And then the Oregon Department of Justice, which didn't normally represent the state in those cases, but was in this one, then they kind of also reacted, believe it or not. And then I had to kind of snap at them as well. And it wasn't my finest hour, but it was, sometimes you just have to be really forceful. And we wish we could be kind and articulate, and I think I am 99% of the time. But there are moments where we just have to say, you need to stop talking. This is not what this is for. We need to redirect, and we just need to, this is why we're here, this is what we're doing, and I need you to answer this question, or I've heard you've said your piece, now I'm gonna move on. And so that's one example.
Ms.
Commissioner
Mohuden. Oh,
Did you have a follow-up? Your microphone was on.
Oh.
That's why I asked.
Sorry.
Ms. Mohuden, give us an example of a difficult problem you worked on and walk us through your decision-making process.
I'll use this case that I was going to say last time. So my very last case that I did, and I remember it well because thought I was going to be done with it before the end of 2019. I was going to move to Tahoe, and I was going to live happily ever after. Well, that's not exactly how that went down. We had a day of trial on December, I think it was 8th of 2019, and the case didn't finish. And so I had to fly back. So this case had drug on and on and on. And this was just a really difficult case where the father was a religious figure, and so he thought himself quite important. And the mom was a teacher, and they had 3 kids, and she was also earning more money than the father at the time because he had given up his $80,000 a year preacher job to kind of do his own religious thing, which was, that's fine if that's what you want to do, but if you've got 3 kids to support and you're getting a divorce, that's not always the best. So that case just drug on, and it was very difficult because she was a really good mom, she was a good teacher, and she had been a stay-at-home mom. She'd been the traditional wife, and then all of a sudden their roles just flipped. And then she sought a divorce shortly thereafter for reasons which I won't go into here. And so I had to kind of keep my wits about me. And this case had started over a year before I was going to close my practice. And I thought for sure it would be done. And she and I got to be close because sometimes that happens when you work with someone that long. And I just had to hang in there, and I had to keep advocating for her. The dad wanted custody. He was not the primary caretaker. And I want to make it clear, I am an equal opportunity parent. I think it takes 2 people to parent a child. I don't think there's any bias towards mothers or fathers in custody. It's based on the best interest of the child. So I just want to throw that out there. But in this case, it was the mom, as it frequently is, but not always. And so I had to make a choice of letting my own, I had to hang in there and continue to represent her. I had to fly back for the next day of the trial. I was closing my practice, and I had to just continue to sort of keep my nose to the grindstone, do the job, and advocate for her. And that resulted in me not actually officially closing my office until April of 2020. And I had to kind of keep going and keep the overhead just for this one client, which financially was terrible for me, but I had a duty, and I was going to do that duty, and I did it, and we had a good result in the end. But it was rough to still be representing someone and doing this job there and living here.
Ms. Mohudin, tell us about a time when you were involved in settling a disagreement and successfully maintained relationships.
I have ample experience doing that. I've settled so many cases, just hundreds. I've done it with judicial settlement conferences with judges. I've done it on my own. I got really good at it, and partly because it was best for the client, and also it was best for me economically, because a lot of times the folks that still had accounts receivable with me are people that went to trial, and I wasn't going to abandon them. Most of my clients, I would say, were just solidly middle class. I had some that were not, and I had some that were wealthy, but bulk of my clients were Intel types, Silicon Forest, middle class folks. So I always would document. I always feel it's very important, and I still to this day, lawyers don't do it enough, and it drives me bonkers. Just tell us what you want. Once I got to the client, once I had my discovery, once I knew exactly what I thought a good result would be, and after you do it for a while, you kind of know what a judge is going to do. I just put it in writing, as early as possible in the case. I try to do good case management. And then there were and a lot of times that resulted in good communication with my opposing counsel. Other times there were some opposing counsels that were more difficult and not interested in playing ball like that and would leave it till the last minute. And I had some contentious cases with some more high-powered older male attorneys. But I always was respectful and professional, and frequently people would come back and tell me that I did a good job, or I would get other referrals from opposing clients, and I just did it a lot. And I also mediated cases individually with folks, so people would come in and sometimes I think, oh, there's no way I'm gonna get these folks to settle. And then, a lot of times if you just give people time, you kind of lay it out here's some options, here's what this would look like. and you hear them out and you hear their pain. And sometimes their pain, the law doesn't give them the result they want. You can't make that pain go away. But what you can do is acknowledge that pain and then redirect them towards, okay, well, here's probably the best we can do. This is and a lot of times if you let people just sort of, if you have the luxury of time for people to go home and sleep on it, you can settle a lot of cases that way, and I did. And I think a lot of times just acknowledging their pain and then saying, but here's what's gonna happen, it's not what you want, goes a long way. And the saying goes, if you have 2 unhappy clients, you probably got a good settlement. And I would say in that result, we had a lot of those. So I did that hundreds of times.
Ms. Mohudin, please provide an example of when you chose to be true to your own values rather than do what was told or expected.
I think that pretty much sums up my life. That's just who I am. I've always been that way. Gosh, an example. I've always been kind of headstrong, and I have values and a lot of people that know me know my values and my politics, but I've always been respectful of other people's values and been able to work with them. I will tell you one time that it was difficult is when my son was not being treated well in school. I butted heads with the school district, which was not something I ever saw myself doing. But, when you poke the mama bear, you're going to get the mama bear. And so I think that I always advocated for my son to get a good education. I tried to direct his behavior. And there were times I'm sure people thought I was bonkers because I was advocating for a child who at the time was undiagnosed. I was telling you my son wasn't diagnosed on the autism spectrum until he was 15. He had behavior problems starting in probably preschool. So I was always challenged because I didn't want conflict in the schools with my kid. That's like the last thing I think anyone wants, and certainly me being a practicing lawyer. But I always felt like I had to put him first. I had to advocate for him, and if I was unpopular because of it, I really didn't care. And that's me. That's my personality. A lot of people love me, and if they don't, I'm okay with that. I really am.
Ms. Mohudin, describe when or where you learned the most about your strengths and weaknesses.
I'd say being a parent. Practicing law is hard. Being a parent is harder. I think that's what really tells you who you are to your core, is when because your kids are going to do things you don't like. I mean, we all like to think we're educated, we're smart, we're good parents, and we got this. But you don't always. And I think that's probably my biggest challenge. And I think that's where, if someone can push your emotional button, that's usually when you're not at your best. And I am no exception to that rule. And I think but I also think being a parent has made me a better lawyer. And I think parenting has probably given me the best experience to do this job, more so than my 25 years of practice. I would say 27 years of parenting has taught me more about, discipline, kindness, letting it go, not letting it go. Those are all tough choices parents have to make, when our kids are teenagers. It's just rough. I'm sure many of you have been there. And so I think that has probably prepared me more from being a judge than my years of practicing law, although I think they both are relevant.
Ms. Mohudin, tell us about a time your role in a group wasn't effective, so you changed the way you worked with them.
I was involved in a group that was doing some nonprofit type things, and so it's an all volunteer. And all volunteer organizations are tough because where's the hierarchy, where's the structure, and I think and everyone kind of has brings their own ego to the table, and has their own sort of agenda. And I think one thing that struck me and something I was working with, not too long ago is when someone wasn't being honest with me. And I will tell you, I would way rather someone tell me something to my face, I don't like you, I don't like what you did, I don't like this, I don't like that, than go behind my back. And that's just how I am. I'm upfront. If I have a problem with someone, I'll tell them. If I think they're doing great, I'll tell them. So when someone wasn't being honest with me, I didn't like that. So and being a lawyer and knowing how to ask questions, I decided rather than jump to the conclusion, I was going to ask some questions and try to ascertain if I was correct or incorrect about my assumption about the situation. And so I did. And my spidey senses were correct. The person was just not being truthful with me. And so I chose not to be part of that group anymore because I will not work with people who are not truthful. And I will always be honest. I will always be direct. And I will always work hard. And when people don't reciprocate, I don't like that.
I think that concludes all the first 10 questions, right? Except for follow-up questions by the commissioners. So thank you very much. Very impressive presentation. And I'll now bring it to the board for follow-up questions. Commissioner Hales, anything that you wish to ask this candidate?
I have 3 questions.
Okay.
Would you walk us through how you would hold an arraignment? You can be brief, but basically, what would you do?
Well, I would look at the file. I would figure out what the charge is. And then I would call the case. I would state the case name for the record. I would look at the defendant. First, making sure that the prosecutor has their chance to say what the charges are. And then I would speak to the defendant to make sure they understand what the charges are, find out if they are represented, do they need representation, and do they wish to enter a plea at this time?
Thank you. Would you describe a time when you personally have seen a justice of the peace have a meaningful impact on the life of a person before them?
Yeah, I think, when people have gone, this wouldn't be a justice of the peace because I haven't appeared in Nevada court. It was to be a judge in Oregon, just to be transparent. I've seen a lot of judges really just, coming back to what I said earlier, sometimes things don't go the way people want them to. And I think when you're ruling against someone, I think it is your duty to make sure that you state back to them what their claim was or what their basis, in fact, of what they were asking you to do was, so that they know that you heard them. And then, talk to them about why the decision is what it is. And I've seen judges just, basically try to talk about the future rather than the past and be like, well, here's where we're at. And I've seen one judge in particular in Clackamas County, her name is Deanne Darley, and she was the first. There were no women judges there when I started. And she really changed the bench. I believe she was the first or the second. And she talked to the clients about, here's where we're going to go from here. And this is what you're going to do. And here's what I see for you in a positive way so that the party that was losing didn't walk away angry, despondent, and feeling victimized by the court system. And there were children involved, so the future was important. And so I think that kind of impact about trying to have a positive impact, even when you're doing something that that person may feel is negative, is crucial. And that's the kind of judicial conduct that I have witnessed. And I think that I would like to emulate that, and I think that's what I like to do.
Thank you. Last question. Would you tell us what you know about, this is a question about administration and organization. Mm-hmm. What do you know about the role of the court clerk?
Well, the court clerk does a lot of it. The court clerk keeps you organized. The court clerk maintains the files. The court clerk does the calendaring. you always be nice to the court clerk because they have a lot of power. So I think working with the court clerk, and I know that judges also need to take a role in administration. So I think, keeping up good communication with that court clerk is important. Maintaining the docket, maintaining the caseload, and also tracking, what needs to be tracked from fines and judgments and making sure they're entered and so that they land where they're supposed to in the court record. So the court clerk does it all.
So just a follow-up to that, who supervises clerks and who do they report to?
I believe the judges supervise their own clerks, but general clerks, probably the court administrators. So, yeah.
Commissioner Tarkanian, question?
So I got to start with the disclosure. Cynthia and I are on the same law library board, and so we've known each other from there. We also have done some things for community outreach, which I just think she does a great job at, but that won't influence my decision on making the decision for this judgeship. I wanted to just, one quick comment, I just thought the passion and the emotion you had in your answers was very enlightening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Rice? Commissioner Noce had already indicated he didn't have any follow-up questions.
I have just one question for you. Is there anything that you wanted us to know about you that you have yet to be able to address?
Thank you for that question. I was actually going to ask. I think one thing I didn't get in the questions that were listed is I do know that the Justice of the Peace in Tahoe Township and in the state of Nevada do the protective orders. And I want you all to know that I know domestic violence inside and out. That's not something people normally brag about. My lovely spouse is here, not on a personal level. I've attended seminars. I understand power and control. I understand financial abuse. I understand emotional abuse. I have represented men accused of domestic violence. I have represented women accused of domestic violence. I have, represented victims of domestic violence, both men and women. And it's a difficult and complicated issue. I don't think people understand how serious domestic violence is. I think the Gabby Petito case shined some light on that. They showed the body cam footage of the police officers out there in Utah. And, sadly, that ended with her losing her life. And so I take that seriously. And I also don't stereotype when it comes to domestic violence. I don't think that frequently it is the men, but it is not always the man. And I think that's, people think of domestic violence, guy hits woman and that's that. And no. It's usually a lot goes into it before someone gets violent, and sometimes the woman gets violent first. But maybe she's been a victim of financial and emotional abuse and power and control, but that doesn't cross the threshold where you can issue a restraining order, and then something happens and she does something. So it can happen, and I just want you all to know that I feel that I am highly qualified to do this. I take it seriously, and I think I understand this issue way more than most. So thank you for that question, giving me the opportunity to share that.
Thank you. I had a few follow-up questions as well, Ms. Muhedin. First of all, I did want to thank you for your participation in our law library board. The volunteers that we have in our county are very important to us and fill many roles in our different boards, and so we appreciate you coming forward and offering yourself to do that. So I wanted to preface my comments with that. Also, Commissioner Tarkanian indicated earlier that the candidates had reached out to him, and I wanted to also, in full disclosure, indicate that all three candidates also reached out to me to have private conversations in advance of this hearing today. And I chose, as I illustrated to Ms. Muhedin, also that I was waiting until today for the interview process to visit with each of them. I thought that was only appropriate, and so anyways, I wanted to disclose that. I asked, so the questions I've formulated, I'm going to ask of all the candidates, and so this first one, although I know that you haven't served as a judge pro tem in Douglas County, Have you ever served as a judge pro tem in your practice of law?
I have not served as a judge pro tem. I was on the court-appointed arbitrator list for 3 counties in Oregon, Multnomah, Washington, and Astoria, which is in the northwest corner of Oregon on the coast. So that and Oregon is interesting. Every county is different. It's like you're going to a foreign country when you just go across the street and cross county lines sometimes. So every arbitration list was different. The requirements were different. The pay was different, and the jurisdiction was different. But I can tell you that as doing that, I did quite a few. The civil, I believe, was up to 50,000. I couldn't remember exactly. But I've done some auto accident cases. I've done some contract cases, things outside of family law. So I have done arbitration, which I think is a lot of ways very similar to judge pro tem, although it is slightly less formal.
Okay, thank you. Also, can you tell me how you feel like the judicial branch fits into the business of the county?
Well, the judicial branch is extraordinarily important. That is where a lot of human county interaction with real humans occurs. I don't know how many percentage-wise the population. I know you get a few folks that come in here, they get their 3 minutes, and then that's that. And in the judiciary, it's extraordinarily important. I think people's opinions are formed probably about the county as a whole once they've interacted with someone. And that is where I wouldn't say you hold someone's life in your hands as a justice of peace because the cases are fairly minor. That's probably too dramatic. But those moments are very serious in someone's lives. And I think taking that seriously is important. And of course, the judge or the justice of the peace is absolutely the face of the county in that moment. So I think it is the judiciary is a third co-equal branch of government from the administrative body that you all are.
Thank you. And then finally, obviously, we're trying to differentiate between the candidates. They're all very qualified, so we're trying to find things that might differentiate one candidate from another. At least I am. What personal attributes do you feel like we should consider that might differentiate you from your fellow candidates?
Well, I've already said this, but I'll say this again. I do think that my work, and I have looked at the other candidates, and I met one of them in the back room. He was lovely. He was very qualified. I only spoke briefly to Mr. Gardner. I met Mr. Johnson, and he seems like an excellent lawyer. He was very kind and gracious. But looking at their qualifications, I feel like I am the only one of the 3 that has really worked day in and day out with regular working people, dealing with regular working people problems. I would not stand here before you and tell you I am the best person to judge complex real estate transactions, business transactions. That is not my experience. That is not my history. But what I have done is work with people, at some of the worst times in their life and help them problem solve. And so I think my empathy and demeanor, but yet I'm also serious. If I'm going to sit up on the judge's peace, I expect you to take me seriously if you are a defendant or a plaintiff before me. And I do take the judiciary seriously, so I don't want people to dismiss when I say compassion and empathy with being soft. That is not what I mean. I take the safety of the community seriously. But I think I'm good with people because I've got a lot of experience at it, and I've got a lot of courtroom experience in my work as family law and also my work as an arbitrator and hearings officer. So I think I have the most day in, day out, high volume dealing with humans all day, every day, 5 days a week, probably more so than the others. And like I said, I would not be standing here before you if I didn't think I could do the job and I didn't want it to serve my community and to serve the Tahoe Township. That is my sole reason for being here.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Everybody good? Everybody's good. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you all very much.
Appreciate your
Thank
time. Yeah. So it's a quarter to noon, but before we hear from the next candidate, I hope, please indulge us. I think we need to take a 10-minute break so we can use the facilities and walk around for a couple of minutes. So if you don't mind, okay? I need to take a couple minutes. Okay, it's 11:55, so we're going to return into session. All 5 commissioners are back in. I would ask the public to please resume their seats. And we'll invite our third candidate in, Mr. Rick Johnson, or Rick Gardner. See, I mean, yes. Okay.
Do I need to sign in?
Ms. Vito, you may begin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Christine Vito, Human Resources for the record. Our third candidate today is Richard Gardner. Mr. Gardner, I will be asking the questions of you for this interview. If you can respond directly to the board, that would be ideal, and they may have follow-up questions for you as we go through this. Okay? Mr. Gardner, can you please tell us why you're interested in the Justice of the Peace judgeship?
Yes, the Justice of the Peace position, I have had my eyes set on the position for many years, and it's one of those things that goes back years. Is that when I went to law school, and I was my wife was putting me through law school, and I wanted to be a lawyer, and I wanted to litigate. And so after law school, after I graduated from law school, I took a job as in-house counsel up in Seattle, and we kept having more kids and wanted to come back home, and came down here and did a little bit of time on an in-house counsel down here, and then I worked for a law firm, Scarpello and Alling at the time, where I got to practice law. The problem was I had 4 kids to try to put through, educate and put through their things that they wanted to do in life, and I had to take on other things in my life to be able to afford the lifestyle that I wanted those kids. And unfortunately, I had a family here in Douglas County that had businesses. We had restaurants, we had a construction company, and I went away from the practice of law. I kept my law firm, but to make ends meet, I worked in the family businesses and did not get a chance to do everything that I wanted in law. And now my kids are gone. They are grown up and aren't asking for as much money anymore. And this is a time in my life where I can actually maybe do what I want to do, is get back to practicing law and give back to the community by being a judge in a community in a setting that is, limited jurisdiction judgeship, that it's basically, right there with the people. And I think that kind of a long answer to your question on why I want to do it is because it's something that I have wanted to do for a long time, and the opportunity has afforded me with my life to be able to put my name in the ring and see if I can be appointed.
Mr. Gardner, what do you believe would be your most important contribution to the court?
Couple of things. One, I think, is, in the last 6 months, I have spent a lot of time and energy trying to understand what the Tahoe Justice Court does and what I need to do to be prepared to take on the judgeship. And I listened to Judge Glasson this last week, Judge Perkins, and get a chance to meet with them and talk with them and find out how they do it. And I think that in the end, I think the attributes that I have are I think it's going to take a lot of hard work to get up to speed of any of the three candidates that you guys are interviewing here today. I think you guys are real fortunate. You have three really good candidates, but I think after watching Judge Perkins and watching Judge Glasson, none of us are prepared for what they do, because what they do, you guys, you may not know this, but you have some really good judges in this county. And to be able to think that any one of the three candidates can just jump in and be effective day one is nonsense. We can't. And I think it's going to be hard for all three of us. Anybody that you choose to take this position, it's the biggest thing, and I think that's the biggest thing that I have going for me, is a lot of hard work. I don't think any of us have a lot of criminal background, and it's going to take a lot of hard work to get up to speed on how the court works and is managed.
Mr. Gardner, can you please tell us what you know about the Tahoe Township?
What I know about it? Well, I've known about the Tahoe Township really since I was in high school. Judge McMorris gave me my first, I think it might have been my only scholarship when I graduated from high school. It was the Judge McMorris Scholarship. So I've known about the justice system at the lake since high school. I have been around Judge Glasson a long time. He was my boss just like he was Mike Johnson's boss. He was my boss for some time when we were at Scarpella and Alling, and we've stayed close. And so what I know about the Justice Court, I know from talking with Judge Glasson. Tom Perkins, Judge Perkins, has also been real good for me to understand what it's about and how to make the transition and how to go from the world that I'm in right now to becoming a judge and understanding what the court is I think very, very important from those two. And then this last week I was at a judicial conference, and I was there to try to learn, maybe pick up a little bit about what I was in for if I get selected. And the surprising thing that happened to me then was that I met these justices from Reno, Justice Pearson, and a couple of justices from Henderson and Las Vegas, and they all talked about how well run the Tahoe Township Court was and how good of a job Dick did, or Judge Glasson did, excuse me. And what I know about it is that it is very well run. It is very, it has very good administration behind it. And I hope that they all stay. Whoever gets selected, I hope that administration can stay on, because I think it's important to run. And I think probably to answer your question, the two things that are probably most important to know is that it is well respected, and that it is well run, and it is going to take a lot of hard work to get up to speed to be able to manage it.
Mr. Gardner, how do you ensure that all parties involved in a case are treated fairly and with respect?
That's a really good question. It's a good point. I think that after watching over the last 6 months on the Justice Court, it's not like what you see on TV where these judges can be rude and demeaning, and I think you need to ensure that your heart is right and empathetic and calm, and I think those characteristics are important for a justice of the peace position. I think that you're dealing with a lot of people that they're there in the legal system for the first time in their lives. And what you say is, how do you ensure that that is theirs? You have to be empathetic, and you have to understand that they are there for the first time, and that, they're not career criminals, most of them, and they are not the type of people that you can assume that they know a lot about the system. So you have to, I think, this is probably the wrong word to say in public, but dumb it down. You have to really speak plain English is a big push that we're more and more taught in the legal profession is you try to speak the language, the plain English language, and you try to be empathetic and understanding. And I truly think it's where you were raised and grew up, you have to be compassionate and empathetic.
I have a follow-up to that,
Yeah.
loosely related to that question, which is, what practices do you have in your life, or would you have in your life if you were a justice of the peace, to guard against judicial arrogance? To guard against judicial arrogance. And this is in relation not just to the people in front of you, but to everyone that you deal with as a justice of the peace.
I think a couple of things. In my life, I think that you have to go back to your faith, go back to your family. I think you have to understand empathy, putting yourself in the people's position that are in front of you, and kind of understand where they're coming from. And what I do in my life is, you try to walk the walk and live a good life, and you don't put yourself in positions of impropriety, and you don't put yourself in a position where we're not all perfect, but you're trying to make it so that you live a clean life. I don't know if that answers your question.
Mr. Gardner, please give us an example of when you entered a job or situation and had to make decisions immediately without time to get your bearings.
I don't know, it happens to me every day. A couple of examples. Probably the most recent example is when the Red Huts, it's not easy to talk about, but it's when the Red Huts had to go through the whole COVID fiasco. Every day. So we have 4 restaurants in 3 jurisdictions, and during COVID, those rules were changing. Seems like every day. Every week we get a new rule that some governor tell us to do this and that, and we had to make decisions on the fly, and they were stressful. We were dealing with the lives of 80, 90, 100 employees, and that isn't what my job was at the time. My wife runs the restaurants, but it was related to the legal side of what we do in our family, and I was tasked with having to step in and every week make a decision on rules changing and how we were going to implement them, and it was not fun. And it was, I think we did a good job. We stayed open. We're still here today, operating the Red Huts, surprisingly, and those type of experiences are not fun. You learn through them, and I think that when you go into a courtroom, I think that happens more often than not, where things get thrown at you and you have to figure them out quickly. So that's one example.
Mr. Gardner, give us an example of a difficult problem you worked on and walk us through your decision-making process.
Hard questions. Good questions. Difficult situations. You know, I think about it, and there's a lot of situations in the construction business that I've had to deal with, and the Red Huts, and probably the family, the family issues that all of us have. You know, when I think probably the toughest deal that we had to deal with is when my daughter decided to go into the Navy. You know, and she wanted to. Shit, we didn't want her to do it. We didn't want her to give her life for this. For the community, but she walked us through it, and we asked good questions, and she is now a pilot in the Navy, and she's doing great, but it's not what I want. It's definitely not what her mother wanted. You know, so yeah, that's probably one of the most difficult time. And there's a lot of things in business where you have difficult situations and you deal with them. But I think the ones that hit home probably the toughest are the family ones. So, and that's probably the toughest. So.
Mr. Gardner, tell us about a time when you were involved in settling a disagreement and successfully maintained relationships.
I think a good example of that happens almost every house we build. So this is in public setting, and I don't usually talk about private things in a public setting. But in our family, we have my law firm, we have the Red Huts that my wife runs, and then we have the construction company that my dad started when I was in high school. And we have a pretty good sized development down here in the valley at Genoa Springs that my son came home, thankfully, about 4 or 5 years ago and runs for me. And but the side that I do in particular is build high-end custom homes from Glenbrook to State Line, basically. A little bit in Clear Creek, too. And I don't know if anybody here has built a house, but the decisions and the issues that come up, whether it be in deciding, you know, what toilets to put in to, you know, what siding, is a difficult task. And I'm dealing with clients that in the construction business that a lot of times haven't built a lot of houses before, and we're walking through the process. And my dad always taught me early on is that no matter what you do in the construction business, you want to be a better friend with your clients after the job's done than before you started. And if you don't take the job. And I think that kind of drives the success of our custom home building, is that's what we do, is no matter, I don't care what client it is, there's always decisions that are changed or made, and there's always situations where conflict could arise, and you work it out. You sit down and you talk it out, and you work things out, and you become friends. It happens every house that I build. You know, the houses that I build, not my son's in a different area, but are anywhere from generally $2 to $4 million houses. And you can have really, there's a potential for a lot of conflicts, and they happen. And you just have to work them out. You have to have the skills to sit down, listen, and step through them. I think that in the courtroom, and I think that's where your question is going towards, is in the courtroom, how do you apply those. It's the same skill set, I think. It's the skill set of being able to listen, right? You're not just listening to fake it, you're listening to listen. And I think that's important for me in the construction business. And I think it's going to be very important if you guys were to appoint me as the judge at the Tahoe Township.
Mr. Gardner, please provide an example of when you chose to be true to your own values rather than do what was told or expected.
True to my own values. You know, I think that let me go back to this, the Red Hut COVID situation. We were put in a position that it was more beneficial to us as operators of the restaurant to, I think it was March 12th, 2019, when the rules came down. It was more beneficial to fire everybody, all 100 and we had, I think, 50 or 60 employees in California and another 30 or 40 in Nevada. And our lawyers told us, and our accountants told us, is save yourself, fire everybody. And you know what? We did that. And then we hired them all back the next day. We hired whoever didn't want to collect unemployment back the next day. And I was told, you can't do that. You're going to lose $1 million. Yeah, we did. But it was the right thing to do, even though it was not the financially prudent thing to do. It was the right thing to do because we were responsible for people that were not in as good a position to make it through the COVID. We didn't know what the hell, we thought we were going to be closed for 2 weeks, but we rather than 2 years, but we knew that two things needed to happen. We needed to take care of our people, and from a selfish point of view, we needed to know that when the dust settled, we needed to have employees available to us to stay open when everybody else had left. And so the answer to your question is, I was being told by everybody, save yourself, and let the chips fall where they fall. And you know, I have to say, it was my decision and my wife's decision, is that we needed to take care of our people. Our people were more important than doing what other people told us was the right thing and laying a bunch of people off. And you know, it ended up the right decision, because you know we and one other thing that we did during that time period. So you're looking at 4 restaurants that probably have $120,000 worth of food, and at least half of it is going to spoil. And the thing to do is we did it, and everybody's just like, you know, don't go through that. We just gave it to our employees. You know, our employees. I gave a ride home to the dishwasher March 13th, and had to break the news that she was going to be out of a job, and she started breaking down crying. And we put a care package together of all the food in the refrigerators, and that wasn't the smartest thing to do, but it was the thing that was the right thing to do. You're asking me a lot of personal questions. I'm not used to being this personal.
Mr. Gardner, describe when or where you learned the most about your strengths and weaknesses.
Learned the most about what?
your strengths or weaknesses?
When or where my strengths or weaknesses? I think in business, managing people is probably where you figure out whether or not you can lead, figure out whether or not you can, you have the right skill set to be able to do the right thing in the right moment, and not of it's all the some of the skill set that you need. You got to go out and figure out how to do things right, and I think that's really important in this courtroom. And in the judgeship up at the lake is that the truth of the matter is the three candidates that you guys are looking at are all qualified to do that job. But I don't care what you say, none of the three of us are ready. That we're not. I watch Judge Glass and I watch Perkins, and I said before how good they are. They're exceptional. And I watch them. I watched Judge Perkins last Tuesday, and afterwards I said, how the heck did you know what to do in those situations? How did you know to read? And he goes, Rick, it's practice. And he goes, I was a prosecutor and I wasn't ready for this job when he took the job, I don't know, lifetime ago. And so I think that you need to put yourself in a position where you can go to your strengths and understand your strengths, but also recognize your weaknesses and know you got to work hard to fix them. And I think in this case, whoever you guys decide to appoint, those people, and I've already talked to Mike in the back, I says, you got to work hard. Whoever gets this, you got to work hard to understand the criminal side of this courtroom, because none of us have had criminal experience. The experience that it takes to run a limited jurisdiction courtroom like that. I think we're probably better suited to be judges in district court than we are in justice courts, because the justice courts is, you're talking about people that are jack of all trades, and you're talking about people that have to, the characteristics that you've said about being able to act under pressure and call a timeout and say, hey, slow down, I got to figure out how this thing works. And I think those are the characteristics that we've got to strive towards. How the hell to get off base on that one? Go ahead.
Mr. Gardner, tell us about a time your role in a group wasn't effective, so you changed the way you worked with them.
I think it happens. I think it happens every day, from dealing with clients in the construction business, or the customers at the Red Hut, or just dealing with our daily lives, is that you've got to, an example of it is when I went to meet with a client, last week, and we're talking about budget overruns because what's going on with this, construction, I don't know, they call it the lack of being able to get goods. Lumber's getting better now, but you got to explain that to customers, and I think that's an example. And how you deal with it is you explain the facts. You're straight up, you're honest, and you say, hey, we're having problems getting 2x4s, and this is the effect it's going to have on the project. And I think it happens with me every day.
Okay, we had 10 prepared questions, and Ms. Vito has gone through all 10 of those, Mr. Gardner. So thank you for your attendance today, and your answers have been very enlightening and appreciative. So we'll allow the commissioners now to ask follow-up questions if they wish. Commissioner Hales, did you have any follow-up questions that you wanted to ask?
In fact, I do.
And I have to apologize in advance. My hearing aids aren't working so good in here, so I may have to.
I'll speak up.
Sorry.
No problem. I have my own hearing aids in, so I totally get it. Describe a time when you personally have seen a justice of the peace have a meaningful impact on the life of a person before them. It could be you as you were pro tem or another.
Can you say that again? I'm sorry.
This could be something that happened when you were serving pro tem, or it could be something you've seen another justice of the peace do that had an impact on the life of a person before them.
That's good. That's a good question. There's a couple examples. The one happened the other day with Justice Perkins. I haven't spent enough time being a judge to have any impact on anybody's life, so we'll start there. But Justice Perkins, and Justin Glasson does this often too, but there was a situation where a guy was was standing, I think, arraignment for a .09 DUI case. And DUI is .08, he was at .09, first offense, lived in New York City, and you know, they have a standard, the court has a standard, or I guess the DA's office has a standard list of things you need to go through: the DUI school, the Mothers Against Drunk Driving, the community service, in the list of conditions. And Judge Perkins was like, well, you live in New York. One of the conditions was you can't be between, you can't, we don't want to see you picked up between state line and the court, which is basically state of the casino corridor. And the guy's, well, I got a good chance to stand on the casino corridor because I'm in New York. And Justice Perkins could have just read the guy the list and said, pay your fine and take care of this. And instead, he decided, he didn't lecture, but he was pretty clear to the guy that he could make an impact, I think, by explaining to him, even though it was .08 versus .09, it was very close. It didn't matter, you know. You hopped in a car and had a beer. Dumb. Don't do it. And I think that listening to Judge Perkins, he was very empathetic to the guy, but he was also, he tried to teach him a lesson of, you're not even from our community, but you know what? Take this serious. And I don't think that, I don't think you can do that with everybody, but I think that you can do that with certain individuals where you can make an impact. I mean, my money's on that he's probably, this kid was listening, and this kid is probably going to change his behavior because of something that Judge Perkins said. And I think that opportunity actually arises in a judicial situation at the justice court a lot more often than it would like at the district court level. Good question.
Good answer. Thank you. Would you walk us through what you would do? Would you walk us through what you would do to hold an arraignment?
An arraignment, okay. Well, the first thing, everything, you bring the defendant up. You'd have the state there, the district attorneys, say, you announce that it's Mr. Smith, you read the case number, you make sure that the parties that are there, whether it be the defendant and his lawyer or just the defendant, are all identified. Then you have your the defendant look at the charges and look at the paper that the charges is written on and confirm that it's his name, confirm that it's his birth date, making sure you have the right person that you're talking to. And then you would ask them if they understand the charges that are against them. And then you would proceed to go through, ask the state if they have any suggestions on how to proceed. You would ask the defense's attorney side on what they would like to do and how would they like this to be resolved. It can go in different directions after that arraignment, but you can go from anywhere to the pleading, or probably most common is that you push it off for it's not a preliminary hearing, but there will be a pre-trial conference and other types of hearings that you would have prior to going to the preliminary hearing side.
Thank you. Then my last question for you. Could you tell us your understanding of the role of a court clerk and what the organization is administratively with court clerks?
So the court clerk is, my understanding of the organizational structure is that there are 4 justices with 1 administrator underneath the 4 justices, and then each one of the justices have their clerks underneath them. I think from a hierarchy, the chain of command is actually through the court administrator back to the clerk. I think it's a little bit different in the lake from practice. I think that theory is a little bit different than practice, but I think at the lake, because the court administrator is not at the lake, there's a lot of correspondence directly between the clerk and the judge. And they're up at the lake right now. There's 3, and I believe that they are. It's Edith, Sandy, and Miguel, and then they are trying to hire. I think interviews are next month for a 4th position, and their role is to do a lot of the paperwork, to do a lot of the scheduling, to do most all of the hearing prep, and up at the lake, it's a little bit different, I think, than down here, is because they are transitioning from a paper system to an electronic system, and I know that it's those type of systems for old people like us are a little bit harder than others, but I know that Judge Glasson is starting to figure it out, but I know that, for instance, I know Sandy has walked me through it up there, and I think that's the way of the future. I think that's the way that it has to go, is to go from go to the paperless setting, and when I've pro tem'd, I've done it basically on a paper system. I don't know how the computer system works. I have looked at it, and by no means is an expert, but I understand that the same information and more is available online. And I think to answer your question, those clerks are guiding you through that process. Now, don't be I wouldn't be naive to think that the judge is responsible for their behavior under the canons of judicial ethics. And so you count on them keeping you out of trouble, but the buck stops with the judge as far as the judicial canons are concerned. And it's a unique relationship, but they are very, very needed for the success of that courtroom up there.
Thank you. Commissioner Tarkanian, anything you
Okay,
wanted
so
to
I
add?
have to start off again by disclosing I have somewhat of a relationship with Mr. Gardner. He was a donor in my commissioner campaign, but I think it's pretty clear that has had no effect on my decisions. As a county commissioner, you can certainly ask the realtors and the gamers about that with my VHR position. Mr. Gardner, I'd like to ask you just a couple questions that people have brought to my attention concerning whether you qualify for this position or not. Some people use the word qualified as being involved in the legal profession all the time. I think part of qualification is, do you have a common sense and the desire and the determination to make the tough decisions when others won't? I think it's much more important sometimes than actually being involved in the courtroom. But obviously, having a basic understanding of what it takes for the job is very important also. Can you tell us a little bit more about your experience in the legal profession? It was interesting to me to read that you are a member of 3 bars. Hell, I couldn't hardly count the hours it was until I got out of my first bar exam and passed and said I'd never do that again. Why would you take 3 of them?
Yeah, I don't know why I did it. So 2 parts of that. The bar side of it. I went to school in San Diego, like you. I did 1 semester at your school. I think it was before your time, so.
Just a year or 2.
And when I graduated, the thing to do is, take the bar in the state that your law school was in. So decided to take the most difficult bar in the country in California, and I was fortunate that I passed. And it's a funny story. While I was studying for the bar, my wife was pregnant. My wife had my son 2 days after I passed the bar in California, so that was really fun.
Yeah.
Trying to study for the bar and then, I don't know, 2 or 3 months later, the job offer that I got was up in Seattle, and I wanted to practice up there for a law firm. I took an in-house counsel job, and in order to practice with the law firm that I needed to up there, I needed to pass the bar, so I took the Washington bar and passed it. And then after about 2 years up there, and we were starting to have too many kids, and we realized that if we were going to have more kids, we needed to be closer to our family and help our parents and my wife's parents close by to help raise our kids. So we moved back home and up to Tahoe, and I was trying to get on with Scarpello and Alling, and I needed to pass the Nevada bar, and I passed the Nevada bar, and so that's why I have 3 bars.
Okay.
And by the way, I'm inactive in Washington, so I don't have to pay their dues all the time anymore. But I am a member of the California and Nevada bar.
Okay.
And the other part of your question, I think, was my experience and why I said at the beginning that my dream was always to practice law, and because of the financial constraints you can't, it's really hard to make a living working in the DA's office or being a prosecutor. I don't know how you guys do it, because trying to raise a family of 4 in Tahoe, for crying out loud. And so I was in the fortunate in the fact that I had the options.
Let me just cut you off for a second. I think we're going off in an area that I don't know is that
Okay,
relevant. But I just wanted to, let me ask a couple specific questions for your work.
Okay.
You did work many years here in Nevada as a lawyer. In fact, you worked at one of the prestigious law firms
Yes.
here, and that one of the partners gave you a letter of recommendation there.
Yep.
And then you started your own law practice. I went through the different resumes.
Yep.
How many years of practice have you had here in Nevada?
20 in Nevada itself, I think it's over 20, 25, I think.
Of practicing law in Nevada.
Practicing law in Nevada.
Wow,
25.
okay, wow, that's pretty good. Okay, and then the final thing is, you have worked as a judge pro tem for a year and a half now, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And I would think one of the questions Chairman Gardner asked was, how many times is that, or maybe it was Commissioner Rice, I can't remember. How many times, what does that entail you to do on how often of a basis were you actually doing something?
So, pro tem is a little bit of a misnomer because it's an unpaid position, and you usually get the easy days. So I usually got traffic court. And I believe I've sat through, I've sat through a lot, but where I was the judge, I think 3 or 4 times. And the idea was go do it and then go observe for 3 or 4 weeks and then go do it again. And that has been the kind of the education that I've been getting from Judge Glasson is do it and then watch. And I haven't pro-temmed, I don't think I've pro-temmed in probably a month and a half for Judge Glasson.
Commissioner Rice?
First of all, disclosure time. I have known Mr. Gardner for a good number of years. I have sat on some boards with him, and I am fairly certain that I can make a decision in this process without having a bias reflect my judgment. So anyway, I wanted to let you know that I have the greatest respect for this man as I do other candidates. So I'm in a tough spot because I have a great deal of respect for 2 of the candidates. One of the candidates is an unknown to me, but I did need to disclose that. And no, I have never had a free meal at the Red Hut. And the second thing is there anything today that you wanted to make sure that we were aware of that you haven't had a chance to speak on?
No. I think that I had a preset of a few things that I wanted to talk about, and I probably, like Mr. Tarkanian said, I kind of got off track a little bit to make sure I covered them. So I think I covered most everything I wanted to.
All
Sorry.
right, thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you for being in attendance today, Mr. Gardner. And I also need to disclose that I have met Mr. Gardner and visited with him many times. But that won't influence my decision. In addition to that, I serve with his wife, Kelly Gardner, on the Douglas County Parks and Recreations Commission that she has served on many, many, many years. And prior to that, I believe your mother served on that committee as well. So we thank you for your service to the community. And Commissioner Tarkanian already addressed the question that I'm asking all the candidates, and that is, the judge pro tem, and you answered that already, so I won't bother with that. How do you how do you separate the judicial branch, and how does that fit into the business of the county itself? How would you put those? What's your position there? What's your attitude?
I have to apologize. I didn't catch the last sentence of that.
I wanted to ask you how.
Not that I'm trying to ignore you, but I just.
No, that's okay. No, that's okay. And believe it or not, I've had members of the public say you need to speak up. I've never heard that from my wife, so that's why I have trouble sometimes speaking up. But anyways, where does the judicial branch fit into our county government, and how does that deal with the county business?
Actually, that's a good question that we missed, is that, by law, the judiciary is to be independent and separate. It is one of our founding, in the Constitution of the United States, the 3 branches of government, and it should be held separately. in a small rural community like this, it's intertwined to some degree. The staffing, for instance, that Charlotte talked about is that the staffing it's from the executive branch, right? And you've got this crossover, a little bit of a crossover, but I think that to answer your question is I think it's really important, and I think it's, if you read the canons of the judicial canons, I think the very first canon deals with impropriety and independence. And I think it's really important that the judgeship maintains its independence from as much of the executive branch, the DA's office, the sheriff's office, and everything else. We work together, but they also have to maintain an independence. Hopefully that answered your question.
Yeah. And then lastly, are there any particular attributes that you would be bringing to the job that we should consider in regards to differentiation between you and your fellow candidates?
The other candidates?
What personal skills or attributes would you bring to the job that we should consider versus the other candidates? I would assume that you've looked at or I would hope that you have looked at your competition, so to speak.
Okay.
I don't like to put it that way, but the other candidates.
Yeah, I hesitate for just a second because I think as a judge, I think you're held to a higher level of scrutiny and of I don't know, saying anything negative about somebody that you're running against. And I'll just be straight with you. I don't know the lady candidate, Cynthia. I just met her this morning, but I'm good friends with Mike, and Mike has represented me, and Mike has represented boards that I sat on, and he is a phenomenal attorney, really good attorney. What I think differentiates me is that he'd be phenomenal at the district court level, where you have your writing samples are important and your understanding of the civil law. But bottom line is both of us are in the civil business. Our practices have been in civil. He probably has more experience in litigation than I do. I do have litigation experience, but it's civil and it's not criminal. And I think any judge that I talk to, they say, well, criminal is a lot easier than the civil side, so don't worry about it. You'll figure it out. But I think the attribute that I have is that, so there's two. One is I'm really hardworking, and I will get myself up to speed, and I'm dedicated to get myself up to speed to pick up the slack that all of the candidates are lacking, and that is that civil understanding of the civil side. The second side that I didn't mention, but I think that it's important to note, is that part of the judgeship is managing people. You've got a staff of 4. You're dealing with the DA's office on a daily basis. You're dealing with the sheriff's office on a daily basis. You better be good with people. You have to be good understanding of people. And the businesses that I've been in, granted they weren't in a judicial setting in the clerk's office, but what I have done for the last 25 years along with my law practice is managing people, the Red Huts, in the construction business. And I would think that I probably have the superior management skills of people than, don't tell my wife that because she doesn't think I manage people as good as she does. But.
Thank you, and I appreciate the fact that it is a difficult question to answer. So I appreciate your answer in that regard. So, okay, if there's no other questions, we'll release this candidate from the question process.
Thank you for your time. Thanks, everybody.
And thank you for your time again and your contributions to the community. So, okay, I know we need to take a break, but I think it's wise that we, at this time, at least go to public comment, and then we can take a break, and we'll avoid any further business by the board until we get back from lunch. But anyways, at this time, we'll entertain public comment.
Good afternoon, Ellie Weller. I want to start with an overarching request of the district attorney or whoever's the appropriate person. We have a process breakdown today, in my opinion. We need to have the Board of Commissioners do disclosures, not during an interview, but before the applicants come in here. My opinion, I'd like to understand the difference between disclosure, conflict of interest, and what leads to recusal. Now I'll get to the topic, but I think it's really important what I just said. I would like all the applicants, hopefully, to have a better answer for what the Tahoe Township is. I live in the Valley. I lived in Tahoe for 19, 20 years, and it's a unique place. That's just a comment to the applicants, and I will bring that forward as well. They all answered equally, but uniquely, and are all qualified based on the definition of NRS. Again, my opinion. I'm looking forward to the meeting when you do make the appointment. And I know all of you asked different questions. I think in the future, again, it's a process thing. I don't think each of the applicants were treated equally with your questioning. Thank you.
Good morning, or I think it's still good morning, Commissioners, Chairman. David Vogt here on behalf of...
No, it's actually 10 to 1, so good afternoon.
Been here for a while. I'm here in support of Mike Johnson for the role.
I'm sorry, did we catch your name?
David Vogt.
Okay.
Mike's been my attorney for about 2 years now, and we've interacted quite a bit during that period of time. I've been admitted to the practice of law since 1986. I no longer practice and have no desire to. But I have to say that Mike's abilities to interpret the law, to communicate, to research, his research has always been on point. And he doesn't have any of the attributes that I've seen a lot of attorneys have that have to win at all costs, that will kind of railroad you into one decision or another. He's very informed and insightful. I would say he's very level-headed, calm in his demeanor. And I think he's very dedicated and committed to his practice. And what do I mean by that? I mean, first off, he takes your phone call or calls you right back, which is really unusual in this profession. I probably get as many emails during the week from him as I do during the weekend, which tells me he's working and he's concerned and committed to your case. And I feel like his ability to understand and interpret the law is really, top 1%, 2%, or 3%. My experience is in the law, I've dealt with Beverly Hills attorneys on a number of occasions, international lawyers, some of the biggest law firms in the United States on a number of different matters. And I would say Mike could go toe-to-toe with any of those attorneys, with any of those firms. He has that ability, capability, and I'm very grateful to have found him and be involved with him in this particular matter that I'm involved with him in. So I highly recommend him. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Nancy Gilbert. I'm here to support the appointment of Cynthia Muhadeen for the Tahoe Township. I'm an attorney. I'm licensed in 3 states, including Oregon. I've looked at Cynthia's resume. The area of, and I don't know if you know, but she's practiced in Washington Washington County, Multnomah, and Astoria. If you look at Washington County, it's almost a rubber stamp of what we got in Douglas County. Astoria is a tourist area, it's by the beach. Also, Washington County is Hillsborough, Pacific Grove, which is a lot of ranch land. So she, in terms of her experience in areas and dealing with people, she fits that box in terms of geographics. So the obligation of the Board of County Commissioners is to select a candidate who's best suited to serve the needs of our constituents effectively, efficiently, and competently. Now, one of the things that I didn't hear in any of the questions is what's the jurisdiction of the Justice Court? I didn't hear any questions about, for example, that the person should be up to speed on landlord-tenant issues, TROs, domestic abuse, personal injury, family law. I can go through. I brought the Mickey's statute book. If you look at NRS 4.370, it sets forth all the criteria in terms of the areas of practice of the law that would be pertinent to who could serve as a justice of the peace in the Tahoe Township. So I think in terms of who ticks the box in terms of their areas of practice, I think that if you were to weight it, Cynthia ticks those boxes. The other thing is she's ran her own firm for 26 years. And if you've run a firm, it's like running a large office, which would be having the person skills to be able to run employees. The mediation and arbitration practice also, if you're doing arbitrations, you're acting as pretty much as a judge. Mediation is really important too. She has a lot of experience in domestic abuse issues, child welfare, human services, victim offender issues. So she has the area of law, which is where the justice of the peace is. Finally, I did look at all the resumes, and I think everybody's qualified. These are amazing candidates. But when you look at some of the other candidates, their practices essentially corporate law, business law, appeals, insurance defense, contract law, environmental law, TRPA issues, insurance law, and federal practice. That doesn't quite fit. I didn't hear anybody talk about criminal law or have criminal experience other than Cynthia. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the County Commission. My name is Steve Teixeira. I'm here on behalf of Tahoe Chamber. Tahoe Chamber is a community-based and a business-based organization. And we've looked at all the resumes. It was very instructive today to hear you ask your questions and staff ask the questions. There were good questions and good responses. All qualified, but perhaps in a different way. We've looked at all the information, and we believe that Mike Johnson is the superior candidate for this position. I've seen Mike in action myself, but as far as the Chamber's judgment, we think that his judicial experience, civil litigation, criminal litigation, mediation, arbitration, all the kinds of work that are detailed in the duties section of his application, that's pretty broad experience. He's been a resident of Tahoe Township for many, many years. I do think that matters. And he knows the legal profession and the legal community in this county and in the surrounding region. So for all those reasons, we hope that when you come to make the decision that you would select Mike Johnson as the qualified candidate that you need at Tahoe Township Justice Court. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Additional public comment?
Jim Slade. The appointment of a Tahoe justice is an important decision because the judge is likely to serve for many years if past history is any precedent. I have some observations. Ms. Mohideen, misspelled repeatedly in the agenda, is a good candidate, and I thought she did very well in her interview. But personally, I believe that it would be in the county's best interest to have a new justice be a longer-term resident and to be a member of the Nevada Bar, even though I know that's not a requirement. Mr. Gardner is the only one of the three candidates that I know at all, mainly from his time on the Planning Commission and his career as a builder and developer. But I cannot endorse his candidacy. I don't believe that he has the right temperament to be a judge. In addition, it's important that a judge be thorough and detail-oriented. Yet on page 95 of the packet under work experience, Mr. Gardner states that he served as Tahoe Justice Court Pro Tem, T-I-E-M. Perhaps he meant pro tem. He has served in that role occasionally, but only for the last year or so. On page 105, Mr. Gardner submitted a nearly unreadable photograph of the required human resources form sitting on what appears to be a granite countertop. What serious candidate does that, or for that matter, shows up late for today's interview? The fact that he was so inexplicably late, reportedly 10:40, hence not sequestered, means that he may have been listening to the questions and should be disqualified. His answers to most of the 10 questions related to his experience with the Red Hut and his development business, not the law. Clearly, he has the least experience of the three candidates as to the actual practice of law. That brings me to Mr. Johnson, who I've never met or spoken to. He is a 26-year resident and has worked for several different well-regarded law firms here. He has also served as Tahoe Justice Pro Tem for the past 18 years, the best experience for a seamless transition. He states in his application on page 133 that he has long aspired to succeed Judge Glasson and that he has hence sought to, in advance, demonstrate his commitment to this job by obtaining relevant experience and training so that he be well prepared to be the Tahoe Justice full-time. That shows real dedication and foresight. More than a dozen supporters of Mr. Johnson submitted supplemental written public comment and recommendations for this job, and they were the only ones that did so. They were from various backgrounds, all of whom had gotten to know Mr. Johnson well, and all were fulsome in their support. I was particularly struck by part of the letter from Mr. Poth in the supplemental material. After stating that he knows both Rick Gardner and Mike Johnson quite well, he adds, quote, "However, I feel that Mike Johnson is hands down the better candidate. His experience is much more extensive. He has the temperament for the job and has been filling in for Judge Glasson from time to time for almost 20 years. I urge you to appoint Mr. Johnson as the next Tahoe Justice of the Peace."
Thank you. Additional public comment? Mr. Coverly.
Dan Coverly, Douglas County Sheriff. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I wanted to stand before you today and make a few comments. I have been very impressed with all the candidates today and do not envy your decision. But I think it's good to have to make hard choices because they're all good candidates, I guess is what I'm trying to say. My point in the selection of judge is that the judicial, although separate and independent from the executive and the legislative forms of government, play an equal role in public safety as do those other two branches. The office of sheriff is of the executive branch, but the judicial role plays a huge and very vital and important to the public safety of any community. And so I want you to keep that in mind as you make your choice. The Sheriff's Office obviously deals with the Justice Court on a daily basis. We have a great relationship with both Justice Courts, and the community in the East Fork and the Tahoe Justice Court is distinctly different. And it's a different, the cases that they see at Tahoe are different in a lot of respects than the ones that they see in the Valley, and that's due to the transitory nature of the residents or the people that are coming through. A lot of people that go through our jails are not residents of Douglas County, and so they come on vacation and overdo it, and then they end up in a spot. And so it's a different animal at the lake, but it is very, very important community up there. It's very vital to Douglas County and one that we should be very proud of and want to serve the best that we can. So with that in mind, on the public safety side, I appreciate the decision you have to make, and I look forward to working closely with whoever is chosen. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional public comment? Sensing no additional public comment, any final questions or comments from the board before we take a break for lunch? No? Okay. Then thank you very much, Ms. Vito. I appreciate that, and it was very helpful to have those questions provided. It gave us so that everybody had an equal opportunity to answer the questions identically to those questions, I suppose I should say, right? So anyways, with that, we will adjourn until I think we can get back here at 2:15, if that would work for everybody. That gives us an hour and 10 minutes. So we'll resume our business at 2:15. Thank you. Okay, it's 12:16. However, three commissioners are still having lunch, and we ran into an issue. So, anyways, we can't resume business until we have at least one more commissioner here because we lack a quorum. So we will. I beg your indulgence. We will get back in operations just as soon as we have at least one. But I do know that all three of them are together. Okay. However, it's not an open meeting law violation because our district attorney is there also to make sure that they do not. So that's why he's missing as well. Okay. I know where they were. I was with them. I asked my lunch to be packed up to go because I knew I couldn't wait. So, anyways,
You're basically saying the other four weren't that considerate.
and we do have both of the monitors back up. So. Come on, there must be something for you guys to talk about. Why is everybody quiet? Okay. Wow. Okay, well, okay, so we're only 8 minutes late. So anyways, it is 2:23, so we will resume the meeting of the Board of County Commissioners for 9/21/23. And we are done with item 1. So I will entertain, and I understand that Commissioner Hales wishes to remove item C from the consent calendar and move it to the admin calendar. So I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar minus item C, which will be moved to the admin calendar.
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Noah, seconded by Commissioner Rice to approve the consent calendar as presented, items A through R, minus item C, which will be moved to the admin calendar. Any other discussion, Commissioners? Sensing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 5-0. This time then, we'll move to item C of the consent calendar, and then we'll go to item 2 of the admin calendar. So item C, for possible action, discussion to approve eliminating a vacant, is that what it was? Yes. Oh, okay. Discussion to approve eliminating a vacant recreation specialist position pay grade A5 and authorizing an additional recreation coordinator position, paid grade P1.5-2000. And this is being presented by Ms. Adie, our Community Services Department.
I'd like to explain why
Yes.
I wanted this.
Okay.
As I read the backup material for this action item, it said the reason that this is needed is because there has been increased use of the facility. And I am so happy about our community center being more and more and more used. And I just feel so strongly that it has enhanced the quality of life here. And that facility has allowed or been the avenue of kids having great things to do, all of us being a little bit healthier and having a richer life. And I know that at one point it was very controversial and there were a lot of folks who were opposed to it. And now look at it. It is just such a wonderful facility in our community that I wanted to pause on this agenda item and shine a spotlight on the fact that there is even more increased use of our community center. So I asked for just a brief bit of information about that.
Commissioner Tarkanian, we haven't had the presentation yet. You want to?
No, I just wanted to
Okay.
say it'd be nice if you expanded it because my son can never get on a basketball court. Pickleball gets priority.
Okay, Ms. Adie?
Hi, good afternoon. Brooke 80. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to highlight some of the amazing things that are happening at the community center. To speak to pickleball, we should be starting construction next week of our outdoor 8-court pickleball facility, so that will hopefully free up some basketball space. I wanted to highlight some of the things that Ms. Hales had mentioned about the facility, just to give you an idea of our increase in use. I was able to go back and pull some quick data, and I looked at the last year from this day all the way back to 2022, and we have sold 1,448 adult memberships. Now that includes 30-day, 90-day, and annual memberships. We have sold 93 memberships to college-age students, so those who might come back for the summer and they'll get like a 30-day or 90-day membership. We have sold about 419 memberships to disabled veterans, 1,606 memberships to seniors. We have 161 of our Douglas County employees who have purchased memberships. And then our teen and youth programs are very well active. We have given out 1,179 scholarships for our teens and 545 scholarships for our youth. Our rooms are full most days with different programs. We have exercise classes, yoga, jazzercise, spin. We have senior exercise programs. We have toddler time,
driver's ed, archery tag, not just on the gym side, but also on the senior side too. We recently had a prom for adults with disabilities. So it is truly a facility that caters to everybody in the community, and everybody has a space there where they can do an activity that is dear to them, and we're super grateful to have it. So thank you.
Additional questions by the commissioners? Observations? My question would be, this position would pretty much pay for itself, right? It does through the services that we offer our residents. Is that correct? Would that be a good assertion?
Well, Brooke 80 again. This position is really going to be over our front desk. Our front desk in the center, it really runs the organization. We have people there that they do all of the setup and all of the breakdown. They're checking everybody in, purchasing membership. So the previous position was already budgeted. Since it's a little bit higher, it's a little bit additional cost, but we do have a significant amount of revenue coming in, just as I had talked about, that helps offset some of those costs. I hope I was able to answer that correctly.
Yep, I think that's the answer I was looking for, actually. So thank you. Any other questions, comments? Okay, this is a action item, so we'll go to public comment. Is there any public comment regarding item C of the consent agenda?
Mr. Reese, for the record. My lady is playing ping pong. She didn't mention that today. There's a vibrant ping pong group there of seniors, and they're really good. I go down and play with them once in a while, and some of them beat my butt. So it's great. And those people down there do compete in a Northern Nevada tournament, and normally they take first place. So you should be really proud of them. She's shaking her head, yes. The other thing about it is ping pong is really, really good for your hand-eye coordination as you age. It's an actual anti-aging exercise. I have a friend who's funding an anti-aging research facility in Texas, and they play ping pong there. And he told me all about it, and I believe it. But our community center, aside from the ping pong, is state-of-the-art. And it's really a pride in our community. It's well-run, it's well-staffed, and that's what I want our airport to be like. So that's my goal, to try to make that happen with a lot of people here as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. He did identify himself, so.
I just have a quick question. How many senior members did you say?
Brooke 80, during the last year, we sold 1,606 senior memberships. So that includes 30-day, 90-day, and annual memberships.
I'm looking forward to the facility being used by the Bureau of Indian Affairs and the BLM on upcoming public comment period in the next month or so. And don't be afraid to charge them everything you can. Thank you.
Mr. Ersick, I know who you are, but I don't. You questioned Mr. Reese's. Did you? I don't recall hearing your name.
AJ Ersick for the big record. Hi, Michelle.
Okay. Just an observation. So, okay, very good. If there's no additional public comment, we'll bring it back to the board. And sensing no more, I will entertain a motion.
I move that we approve consent agenda item C.
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Hales, seconded by Commissioner Noasad to approve eliminating a vacant recreation specialist position pay grade A5 and authorize an additional recreation coordinator position pay grade P1.5-200. Sensing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Okay, and we will now move to item 2 of our And thank you very much, Ms. Sadie, for coming in. So, move to item 2 of the administrative agenda. This is for presentation only, so we will not entertain any public comment on this one. So this is the introduction of ordinance 2023-1623, an ordinance repealing ordinance number 2009-1284 regarding the Sierra Colina Development Agreement originally recorded on May 21st, 2009, given the fact that all obligations under the development agreement by all parties thereto have been met. And this is the first reading, so it will come back to us at a later time. But this being presented by Assistant or Community Development Deputy Director. I'll get the titles right eventually. So, okay, Ms. Andrea Pauling, thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Andrea Pauling, Community Development for the record. As Mr. Gardner mentioned, this is the first reading, so it's presentation only. Per NRS, we needed to read it into record today. I will be back for the second reading and a full presentation of this on October 19th. Just a reminder, too, this is one of the development agreements that I did the 24-month review back in June. And you guys asked, when are you bringing this back for repeal? So my answer is right now. Any questions? I'm here.
Commissioners, questions? Comments, observations? No? Well, that was easy, wasn't it? Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Pauling. We'll see you back on October the 19th, right? You said? Okay. Very
Correct.
good.
Thank you. And then I'll stay here. I'm going to introduce the next one because she hasn't presented to you guys yet.
Okay. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, just so that we notice the public, October 19th, I think we're planning on having that meeting in the Tahoe Township. Is that right? So, okay. So, okay. So we'll go to item number 3 then for presentation only. Presentation by community development staff regarding community development block grant. That's in parentheses CDBG applications. Community Development Block Grant applications received and discussion regarding grant application ideas and timelines for funding of the 2024 CDBG cycle, including additional outreach and other priorities for the 2024 CDBG grant funding program. Ms. Pauling.
Andrea Pauling for the record, Community Development. I wanted to introduce Linda Doherty. She's one of our new assistant planners. This is her first time presenting to the board, so I just want to introduce her, welcome her today.
Yes, welcome.
Hi, Linda Doherty for the record, Assistant Planner. So today we're just giving you a summary of the CDBG program, which stands for Community Development Block Grant. And we are currently in the 2024 cycle. We had our first public meeting on July 28th at the Minden Inn, and then today is the second public meeting, and we'll have the third, which will be before you again, December 21st. Okay, so just as a summary. So for the 2024 grant cycle, the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, better known as HUD, expects to allocate approximately $2.8 million to the non-entitled counties and cities in Nevada for grants toward community facilities, planning and capacity building, economic development, micro-enterprise programs, and low to moderate income development. Grants are available on a competitive basis to Nevada's non-entitlement rural cities and counties. And this next slide, this shows the eligible communities. It's made up of 15 counties and 11 cities, so for a total of 26. Okay. And Those that are highlighted in yellow, they meet the low to moderate income percentage of 51% or greater. So they're considered an area as opposed to an individual city or town. Okay, and then the summary of past performances. This started in 1982, and so since that time, projects in Douglas County received a total of $4,219,818.73 in grants. Currently, the Carson Valley Food Closet has been awarded, stems from a 2022 application. They received $110,000 for the purchase of 2 new vehicles. And I'd like to introduce Lucille Rayo. She was the administrator of CDBG at that time, and she'd like to
Thank you, Linda.
speak.
For the record, Lucille Rayo, Community Development. I just have a quick email I want to read to you that Sarah Sanchez, the director of the Food Closet, just a quick email she sent to us today, basically thanking you and the county. She says, on behalf of Carson Valley Community Food Closet, I'd like to express our deepest gratitude for the invaluable support and assistance we have received throughout our journey to secure the Community Development Block Grant. The CDBG grant application process has been a significant and at times challenging 2-year endeavor. With the grant, we were able to acquire 2 new vehicles that play a pivotal role in our mission of food rescue and distribution throughout Douglas County. These new vehicles have greatly improved our operations by providing our dedicated volunteers with the necessary tools to safely and efficiently collect donations and distribute food to those in need across the county. The impact of these vehicles goes beyond mere transportation. They represent a lifeline for the individuals and families we serve, ensuring they have access to essential sustenance during challenging times. We extend our heartfelt thanks to the entire board, and in particular, wish to acknowledge the exceptional dedication and effort of me, Lucille Rayo, and Debbie Swickard in making this grant a reality for our organization. We look forward to continuing our ongoing collaborations with the county and the board as we strive to make a lasting difference in the lives of those we serve. Just in case you don't recall, with the $110,000, they were able to purchase 2 vehicles, a pickup truck and a panel truck. And they have those in possession, and they have been using them. So I just wanted to let you know how grateful they are.
Okay, so there are 3 national objectives. You can see those listed here. Applicants must meet at least one of these national objectives. One is benefit 50% or more of low to moderate income persons, aid in the prevention or elimination of slum or blight, or address a recent urgent community development need. And you'll see on the slide, I put a second time, all grants must meet at least one of these national objectives. It's very important. Okay.
Yeah, can I
to
stop
better
you right
align-
there and ask you a question in that regard to that slide? Go back one, maybe. Yes. So the community as a whole must get into one of these categories, or, for instance, if we have a resident that is low to moderate income, and so our community would not apply in that regard because we have to be over 51%, and you identified earlier that our community is below that as a community. But if an individual is in that category and has, for instance, a home that has run down due to the inability of that resident to keep it up to normal standards, would they be eligible to participate in this program as an individual versus as a community?
Linda Dory for the record. The more people that benefit from the grant, the more likely they are to get approved. There's an eligibility process that the state office, they assess each grant. Submittals right now, they are just being assessed for eligibility for the program, and those are all due by October 13th.
Okay, so individual residents are,
Yeah.
you know, yeah, okay.
I keep
That's
saying yeah, no,
unfortunate,
but no.
I just, you know, yes, I just wanted to make sure that they weren't. That's disappointing, but okay. Program is the program. Commissioner.
This may be stretching it, but would the TRE fall under that with respect to their road crisis?
Yeah, there are a couple of pockets in the county, and I apologize, I don't have that in a slide, but yeah, TRE could qualify for that. Because it doesn't have to be the whole county, it could be, you know, certain areas within the county.
Good question. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so to better align the CDBG program with the state of Nevada's plan for economic development, the governor is focused on statewide job creation, rural economic development, and overall business attraction. The governor's Office of Economic Development intends to use more CDBG dollars for economic development, better align the CDBG program with the plans and activities of the rural regional development authorities, RDAs, and approve larger grants, thus fewer in number, with an emphasis on maximizing community impact. So that kind of goes along with what you were asking, Mr. Gardner. Yeah. So area benefit. Activity benefits available to all residents in a particular area. So the entire area must be served by the activity that they're proposing. At least 51% of the area residents must be low to moderate income, and the area served must be primarily residential. The low to moderate income, which we'll refer to as LMI from now on because it's a mouthful, documentation for meeting 51% or greater. HUD provides data based on census and LMI levels, or there's an income survey data where the local applicant defines the service area and then the state would provide approval. So one of the categories is limited clientele. Activity may benefit a limited clientele per HUD regulations, 24 CFR 570.483B2. There's a group of 8, and I'll just read them out here. Children who are abused, people who are homeless, adults who are severely disabled, spouses who are battered, people who are elderly, adults who are illiterate, people living with AIDS, and farm workers who are migrant. And these are the categories of limited clientele. For a project to be fundable, it must pass 2 tests. They must meet a national objective and must have an eligible activity. And there is a guide online. And if anybody's interested in me sending them a link, just please let me know. Funding ideas. Removal of materials and architectural barriers to improve accessibility or mobility of elderly and severely disabled adults by assisting. Reconstruction of public facilities, rehabilitation of privately owned non-residential buildings, rehabilitation of common area of residential structure with more than one dwelling unit, microenterprise assistance for LMI owners and persons developing microenterprises, job training and employment support services. Public facilities, some eligible activities include the acquisition, construction, reconstruction, rehab or installation of public facilities and improvements, including infrastructure improvements, construction and installation, neighborhood facilities, parks and playgrounds, and ADA accessibility. Public facility activities may qualify under these national objectives: low to moderate income area, when the activity will benefit those that are predominantly low to moderate income; low to moderate income limited clientele, where the facility serves a specific population that can be presumed to be low to moderate income; low to moderate income jobs. 51% of the jobs created or retained due to the activity are held or available to low to moderate income individuals. Slum and blight, when the activity aids in the elimination of or prevents slum and blight. No, kind of self-explanatory there. Another category is economic development. So eligible activities include the acquisition, construction, reconstruction, rehab, or installation of commercial or industrial buildings, structures, or other real property, equipment and/or improvements, assisting a private for-profit business, including micro-enterprise assistance, providing economic development services in connection with CDBG-eligible economic development activities, job training, placement, or other types of service, public service or economic development, rehabilitation of publicly and privately owned commercial structures. Planning and capacity building. These eligible activities include plans to assist in determining community needs, plans related to implementing a CDBG-assisted project. All planning grants must lead to a project. Public services activities include job training, crime prevention, health services, childcare, substance abuse, fair housing counseling, energy conservation, welfare service, recreational services, down payment assistance. Housing activities. These qualify under the national objectives. Low to moderate income housing by improving permanent residential structures occupied by low to moderate income families. Slum or blight. If the house is located in an area that meets the definition of slum blight, there is a substantial number of deteriorating buildings, and the activity addresses one of the conditions that contribute to the slum or blight of the area. Slum or blight spot basis. Activity must eliminate specific conditions of decay and remove only those conditions that are detrimental to public health and safety. So I mentioned the timeline earlier, October 13th, 2023. Sorry, it says 2021. That's an error. Whoops. So this is the deadline for those that may have a project. This is the deadline that they have to submit.
So we're rapidly approaching, I mean, we're 3 weeks away, right?
Yes.
Yes.
It's coming
Okay.
quickly. And then the CDBG office will do their thing, process, and then they will let us know who is going to qualify. So December 21st, when I see you again, I will be able to tell you, which projects were submitted and which were eligible and moving forward.
So those applicants will come to you to apply, and then you will sort through those and make sure that they apply, and then that you'll bring that list back to us on December 21st.
Yes, on
is that
December
right?
21st, we'll know which projects are eligible. And so the county can sponsor 2, and then however many applicants there are besides that, then we can only pick 2 of that group. Currently, we have 2 submitted. There's a third that may submit. We don't know yet. I told them that October 13th is going to come quick, so to hurry and apply. So we'll see what happens, but by December 21st, we'll have a lot more information to present to you and some details on those projects. So I'm assuming we will have some. And then February 8th, this is the grants deadline. Staff's going to review, make sure everything's complete. February 16th is when everything has to be physically to the state. And then they'll go from there. But usually, I think it's June or so, the letters will go out from the governor. So it's kind of a long process, but I'm hoping that Douglas County will have some eligible projects, and I think we have at least one, so it makes me happy.
Okay, so ultimately, these are state funds?
So this comes from the federal government, and they disperse it to those list of counties and cities on one of those slides I showed you. It's very competitive. It just depends on the type of projects that are submitted, and there is a selection committee through CDBG, and they will decide which projects are going to get funded.
Okay.
So we don't have any say-so in that, but
Okay, we just do the vetting. We do the accumulation and the vetting, basically, to be able to send to the other body.
that's
Okay,
correct, yeah.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay, and I mentioned how we'll have the third public hearing, which will be before you guys on December 21st.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, any other questions, comments, observations that you had? I don't see any, and this is for presentation only, so we won't be going to public comments. So thank you, and very important
you all
information.
very much. I
Very
appreciate your
important
graciousness.
information for our community, yes. So if our community has projects they feel could be identified and fit into this program, they should certainly participate. So thank you. Okay, we will now go to item number 4 then, for possible action, discussion to approve the August 9th, 2023 engagement letter with JNA Consulting Group, LLC, to provide financial advisor services for the future financing of the Judicial Center project, and authorize the county manager to sign the engagement letter on behalf of Douglas County, being presented by our CFO, Ms. Terry Willoughby.
Thank you, Terry Willoughby, for the record. And you do have a sheet at the dais that covers the municipal advisory services, and I'll go into that a little bit. JNA has served as the county's financial advisors for a number of years. They also serve as the advisors for the school district and Carson City and most governments in rural northern Nevada. They were involved in the community center financing, and they have been involved in the Justice Center project financing. As you recall, they spoke to the board previously, and they've also been president of the Debt Management Commission. Under this contract, they would be paid a small amount of money, about $7,500, I believe, if there is no debt issued. And then the rest of the funds are not paid unless the bonds are issued. And I wanted to cover kind of what the services they provide, because even though I'm sure that the public is interested into what a financial advisor actually does. So they do the financial modeling, making sure that the county can afford the program. They develop these models that would be used in the bond offering. They would review various financing alternatives. They have done this and will continue to do this for the Justice Center project. They want to develop a structure that provides the most cost-effective financing within the client's profile. And they would also be present at all presentations to the board and the Debt Management Commission. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Didn't quite catch. How much did you say we're paying them before they
It's about $7,500, and they've already appeared to this board at least once, and to the Debt Management Commission in person, and they'll be attending the second meeting in October as well.
Yes, our county manager wishes to say something.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Jennifer Davidson, County Manager, for the record. Ms. Willoughby, I was hoping if you could provide some additional information regarding our next steps with the Justice Center and what the public should anticipate in the very near future on this, in case anyone is curious.
Sure, certainly. The next step will be bringing a comprehensive presentation on the project and the financing back to the board. We believe the second meeting in October, which will go over the entire history of the project, costs to date, why the project's needed, the history of when this first became a priority project, and we will also have representatives from TSK, who is a design firm, as well as Core Construction, the construction manager at risk, who will talk about how they develop the cost estimates, and then we'll be bringing back all the financing options possible for you to choose from at that time. Then we would start that process again.
Okay, thank you. Any additional questions, commissioners? No? Okay. This is action item, so we will go to public comment at this time. Is there any public comment on item number 4? Okay. Then we'll bring it back to the board, and I'll entertain a motion if there's no other questions or comments.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the August 9th, 2023 engagement letter with JNA Consulting Group, LLC, as presented, and authorize the county manager to sign the engagement letter on behalf of Douglas County.
Okay. Okay. Motion by Commissioner Rice, seconded by Commissioner Tarkanian to approve the August 9th, 2023 engagement letter with JNA Consulting Group LLC as written. Sensing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. I take it as you're sitting in your seat, you're involved in the next one too. Okay. Okay, so we'll go to item number 5 for possible action. So, boy, we're moving through the administrative agenda really quick after lunch, so maybe everybody's eager. So, okay, item number 5 for possible action. Discussion to review OE Airport's response to Douglas County's request for proposals, more commonly referred to as an RFP, for airport operations and airport operations and management services, and possibly approve the proposed 5-year airport management contract with OE Airports for a total cost not to exceed $5,052,552, and authorize the county manager to sign the contract or reject the response and provide direction to staff on the desired course of action for the future management of the Minden Tahoe Airport, being brought forward by our CFO, Terry Willoughby, and our county manager, Jennifer Davidson. So you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry Willoughby, for the record. First, I want to give some background information on the process that we've gone through to get here today. So in June of 2022, Moss Adams, the county's internal auditors, completed the operational review of the Minden Tahoe Airport. And that was presented to both the audit committee and the board. Key to those, and they had several recommendations about operations moving forward. The contract at that time was really kind of a mishmash of contractor versus treated as employees. We had muddied the water of that contract over time to where the contract employees were treated just like county employees. They had access to county purchasing cards, access to the county's computer network. And as a matter of fact, our financial auditors, when they went out to review the airport, had no idea that they weren't county employees. So some of the recommendations from Moss Adams in that were to really separate contract versus county. So if we were going to have a contractor, there were certain things that should be in the new contract, and as far as milestones, and we should really separate. So the contractor typically would come in and you might give them some free office space, but the cost of running their business would be borne by that contractor. Under the previous contract, the county was paying for all costs, office supplies, everything that was to run their business. So the recommendation was to really try and segregate those duties in moving forward. That led to, we had determined that the current contract was over 10 years old, had not been bid. Best practice is that you should bid at least every 5 years. So the decision was made to issue a request for proposal. And we worked with Civic Initiatives, who's the county's outsourced procurement consultant, on that, developing that RFP process. And the discussion at that time was that we would not consider bringing that in-house to be run by county staff. Because at that time, the decision was, we expected the current contractor to bid on this RFP, everything would continue, it would just be a different structure, and we didn't think the county had bandwidth to bring it in-house at that time. So we issued the airport management RFP on March 1st, 2023, which was consistent with a timeline to accommodate the expiration of the current contract at that time with ABS, which was set to expire December 31st, 2023. So you can see we are bringing this forward in line with that timeline so that someone would be in place in January. Unfortunately, things happened and the contract ended early in May, and county staff were brought in after various other options were explored. We brought in county staff to temporarily run the airport. The contractor, OB Airports, was selected by a selection committee which consisted of a representative from NDOT, who oversees all the airports in Nevada, one of the audit committee members who's a former airport manager, and a member of the airport advisory. OE Airports was a successful applicant. He responded, and this is how we got to where we are today. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Hightower of OE Airports. He has a presentation, and then he'll be available for questions for the board, if that's okay.
One quick question. I think you answered this in our one-on-one, but was this the only applicant that
No.
submitted so he was the one that was
He was
chosen?
a successful applicant, yes.
He was the one that was approved to bring forward.
Correct. He was the highest ranked. They did a ranking, and he was the highest ranked applicant that responded to the RFP.
Okay, so we'll hear from Mr. Hightower.
Manager Davidson and Doug and Clerk Lane. I'm Rod Hightower of OE Airports. Thank you all very much for allowing me some time to introduce myself today. I've been asked to keep it pretty brief and pretty short, so I'm going to do my very best to do that. I also want to thank Terry Wilby for the work through the process and the RFP process. I know it was a long one, but thank you for that, Terry. I appreciate that very much.
I'm going to bring up his presentation real quick, and sorry for the noise. So, why is it?
Okay. I also want to acknowledge the AAC. So it was, first of all, that is a group of very intelligent, very successful, very capable people who have a strong passion for aviation in the airport that's here. They're a powerful resource. It's something that will be really good for the airport, absolutely powerful in getting things done for the airport, and I appreciate the experience very much. We first met as a big group last Monday night, a week ago, and kept all of us up pretty late that night, that particular meeting did. But I think there is something and they voted 7-0 to not to support the contract. And what I've learned through the course of that night, which lasted for quite a while, and since that time, and talking to airport people, the members of the airport community, is that there's actually a lot of alignment with what the AAC wants and what the county wants to have happen. There might not have been a lot of alignment on the how of the matter. And it's in my heart to take all of that on board, and everything that I've seen and everything that I've heard from the AAC and the people at the airport and the community of the airport, there's nothing in there that's difficult to do. And I'm more than happy to actually repropose my response to the RFP to take on board some of those actions and recommendations and some of the concerns and opportunities. And I'd love the chance to do that. So if you had hired me to be your advisor as a commission and you've just had a 7-0 vote, I would never advise you to approve something with the 7-0 vote unless there was some pretty deep understanding and conversation moving forward. So I certainly understand that. Okay, let me just tell you a little bit about us and me and where we're at and what we want to do for your airport here in Minden.
First of all, we understand well kind of the complications and the complexities of what is a branch of government that acts and operates as a business with entrepreneurial capabilities, and they're called, an airport is called an enterprise fund. Now, so it's complicated enough as a county branch. It's certainly adding some complication and complexity as a business. But also you overlay that with a pretty complicated and complex regulatory environment. So regulator being the FAA is the principal regulator. There's really three documents that kind of govern airports: the FAA AC-150 and its various 23 parts, FAA Order 5100, it's known as, and then the Airport Improvement Program Handbook. Those are the three governing documents of airport. They're quite an impressive stack of paper, okay? So there's a lot to know. All of those three things are pretty complicated. At OE, we have strong capabilities and strong skills, not only in aeronautical knowledge, but in business, AIP planning, community engagement. So I feel very comfortable, and I've looked at the situation, and I've heard all the stories, and I've been involved in this since really, I guess, February. And I think there's a lot of value to be found in that complexity, and there's a lot of value to be added. So I'm comfortable and confident that we could add value to your airport. So I want to just talk about a couple of things, and that's the complexity of the aeronautical part in terms of regulatory and the compliance with federally obligated. Just very, very briefly, those things need to be complied with well and understood well. One of the goals, obviously, is to have more funding for the airport to make the airport improvements. But what comes with that federal money is grant assurances and a lot of compliance. A lot of folks take not the time to properly read those things. You have to be sure when you sign that document, you're ready to live that and do that. And we'll talk a little bit more about that later. We all think of it as our airport, but every airport in the U.S. is really part of the overall national airspace system, okay? Now, those of you, if any of you have traveled and used general aviation in any other parts of the world, you might agree with this statement, that in the U.S. we have the safest and absolutely the best airspace system on Earth. It is the best system that there is. When it comes to protecting and growing the airport, when it comes to funding and growing the airport, you want to make sure that we comply with that, and the federal monies that come our way that we use to do the things we could never afford to do as an airport, such as the pavement, for example, that comes with the requirements to behave a certain way and operate a certain way to support that national airspace system goal. We understand that. So at OE, there's really three main areas that we focus on, and we concentrate on three value drivers. One is the airport operating plan, second is the governance, and third is the value proposition for the stakeholders. So I'm going to talk about some high points in each of those three categories and share with you how we do it. The operating model, the operating plan is known as AOP. It's really, the goal of the AOP is to make sure we have a safe, a beautiful, and a highly functioning airport. The AOP governs everything from the aircraft movement area, everything on the air side of the fence, everything on the land side of the fence. Covers our emergency response plan, our airport improvement planning, master layout plan. All of that is how we kind of operate the airport. And we do that with a staff that we expect to have a culture of high standards, professionalism, and a high measure of care. I think everybody in the room probably understands what professionalism and high standards are, but a high measure of care means how do we care for that airport? How do we make sure that the things that are the most important to take care of and protect get managed well and get protected? So it's important to me that the staff understand and become very familiar with the AOP. We developed the AOP custom to every airport. If you've seen one airport, you've seen one airport. They're not all the same. There are a lot of differences. And that plan is developed for that particular airport in the circumstances that it's in right now, whatever condition it may be. I've heard nothing but fabulous things about Heather and Jeff. So the airport is clearly being well cared for, and I know that your constituents are really happy with the new world that they're operating in right now. So congratulations for that, and thank you for that. The next thing I want to talk about is how we approach the airport community itself. So what I like to do is I like to take an advocacy approach to the airport, members of the airport community. Most people think of an airport as kind of their happy place. It's a place where we want to have a positive experience. We want to make sure that the people that are based on the airport are well cared for and all the stakeholders are cared for, whether you're running a business there, such as the FBO, or whether you're enjoying it for whatever type of aviation you enjoy. Parachuting, soaring, powered flight jets, whatever it may be. There's room for everybody on that airport. And as part of our grant assurances, we have to make room for all the aeronautical uses for the airport. We don't really get to pick and choose what we want to support or not. We're obligated to care for all of it. So one thing that I really like to do and value is get to know each of those specific operators, how they want to operate, what are their key needs, and what are their priorities for issues and opportunities. And board that out, make that public information so we can sit down together and collaborate on what we all want to do and see happen at the airport. And I think that's an important process that gets overlooked at a lot of airports. So the building of that brand of the airport needs to be clean, beautiful, safe, high functioning. All your nav aids and everything needs to work. That's just the baseline of where we get the start. And then above and beyond that, now we have to grow the development part of it. Our goal obviously being a good experience for everybody on the airport. Next is the governance model. So the main points of the governance model is to manage that airport with accountability, professionalism, and responsibility, and transparency. Anything and everything that we do on our airport, we will make public. Everything is transparent, and everybody has the right to know what's happening in almost every regard. Whether it's a maintenance issue or whether it's something larger than that, everyone can see it. Members of the airport community can add to their own maintenance board. Those are the types of things that we want visible for everyone to be participating with. Okay. So I'll talk a little bit about my aeronautical knowledge and experience. It's significant. For a guy that doesn't fly for a commercial airline or make a living flying, it's pretty substantial. I'm a 3,200-hour commercial multi-engine instrument-rated land and seaplane pilot. So I have, I'm also Reno race qualified. I'm a prime sponsor, principal sponsor on the T6 class team that races at Reno. And I'm an instructor pilot for Stearman Flight who certifies pilots to fly formation in wavered airspace in the Stearman aircraft. We're what's called an FAA signatory to do that. EAA president and CEO. We're the second, EAA is the second largest aviation organization in the world, 200,000 members, and they produce the world's largest aviation event each year, the third week in July, in Oshkosh, Wisconsin, called AirVenture. And then I have some experience at high levels with the NTSB and the FAA that I think are useful. And I'll speak to one that was fairly local here, and that was the 2011 accident in Reno that claimed the lives of 9 people who were in the spectator crowd. First time, the reason that's substantial, it's the first time that a spectator has been killed at an air show in 60 years. Now that had the potential to motivate the regulators to step in and get aggressive very quickly, and they were headed to do that, the regulator being the FAA. So myself and a number of other industry leaders pulled our teams together and said, how might we want to think about this and do this moving forward? We invited the NTSB to join our group. We invited the FAA to join our group. They did, and together we all structured procedures that are in place to this day to make that air show environment safer. And there's one that came up recently in this accident last year at the CAF in Dallas that's going to play a prominent role. That 500, 1,000 foot and 1,500 foot crowd line and the turn points for energy management of the air show. We put that in place. The NTSB adopted it. The NTSB is not a regulator. They make the recommendation to the regulator, FAA. They did that. We influenced that, and that's the policy that you see today. And it was probably one of the more pragmatic and practical pieces of policy that the FAA has put out there in a little while. So it made it a much better experience for the aviation community. Business leadership experience, from a young entrepreneur at age 15, I started my first business at age 15 and grew that business. And ultimately, before that business was sold, that business paid for my flying lessons, which was the initial purpose for that business. It went on to pay for my college, my sister's college, my parents' house as well. And I sold it in 1984. Through the Fortune 500 ranks, and then ultimately president and CEO of a private equity firm. So I have a lot of business experience. And I share that because there's some things that I've learned in there. One of them is you really have to pay attention to your customers and your constituents. You have to have a great strategy, and you have to take really good care of your people, especially your talented people. Okay. Well, when it comes to leadership and business transformation, when you step into a new role anywhere, there are always a handful of things you have to pay a lot of attention to first. So I take time to get to know the people that are involved, map that out and prioritize that, preserve what's good, and then let's talk about how we might want to make something better if we need to make something better. We may be a newer business at OE, but we're not certainly new to business, and I hope I've demonstrated that with the discussion about my business background. I want to talk a little bit about the airport improvement planning. So the funding and the regulatory components of that. You know, the grant experience, we just finished our year in Danville, Illinois, with about $8 million worth of airport improvement projects funded, which means programmed, designed, and implemented. We've got about $5 million implemented. We're in the process of implementing the next one to the tune of about $8 million will be the total. So my philosophy about working with their sponsors and their partners is the way that we will get the most effective outcomes is by working very closely with their partners. The source of funding, largely FAA, managed by the Department of Transportation, and obviously a tight relationship with our PE. So my approach to managing those stakeholders is one of a partnership. We follow the process, we add value to each other, and we work hard to fight for what we need to do to be the right kind of airport and have the right kind of funding and development to make it what we want it to be and how we want to envision it. All right. So community engagement, talk a little bit about that. So obviously we've got to significantly spend some time with the community to engage them in not only the civic responsibilities, but the airport has the potential to be one of the best outdoor venues in the county. You know, what is envisioned for that? How do we do that? Not only educating people about aviation, but building a little different relationship with the community. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about that next. I know there's a calendar of events and there's some good activities that are underway out here. My commitment is to make that better and continue to enhance that and do everything we can with the recognition that if there's a small staff at the airport, they can't do all of that alone. We have to engage the community so that they can help us and support us get those things done. And a volunteer corps is going to be critical to getting that done and making that happen. Now I want to talk about the value proposition quickly for the airport. So first, it's a very diverse airport community here. You know, you have everything here from firefighting to jets to soaring, the whole group. It's one of those environments that most people would really love to participate in because there's always something interesting happening. There's something cool here. You've also got a world-class soaring venue here. People come from all over the world to appreciate that and enjoy that. That's a huge asset for this particular airport. My approach to making sure that every one of those stakeholders has an excellent airport experience is to engage with them, understand their operating needs, find out what their priorities are, and deal with that and put plans in place to execute and meet those needs. Turns out Douglas County has needs of their own and they're listed here, but financially, they want us to be as financially self-sustaining as possible. We clearly want to expand the commercial activities and development on the airfield and the airfield properties, the AAP process and its grant funding. So it turns out the AAC and the county have almost a very common desire for most of the same things, and that's a powerful start. So that the value that I have for that AAC supports the goals of the county, and the deliverable to the county is an airport that has an appreciating asset that's living out the vision that we have for the county and maybe the region and the valley. So as part of the National Airspace Program, there's two main things there really to talk about. There's the National Airspace System itself, of which we're a part of. That's the purpose of us participating in grant funding to get that system the way that the federal government wants it and our nation wants it. And our role in that is to support that and do that as well as we can and comply when we do take that money. And then the regulatory compliance part, not just about the money, but everything that we do to operate the airport as safe as we can make it and as a highly functioning airport to welcome visitors to this community. And I think we can do that well. And the main thing here is the critical relationships to fund the aeronautical development and achieve that goal of the money that we're going to need. And it's a critical thing to maintain your pavement, especially. It's the most expensive thing the airport has to fund. Can't do it on our own. You have to have federal money to do that. The rate of inflation hasn't helped us out. We get about half the amount of pavement that we get today that we did in 2019. So we're falling a little behind on that. Every airport in the country is facing that, and it's a challenge to keep up with that. You lose your pavement, you lose your airport. And then community engagement and promotion. So when we deal with the community, every community has some uniquenesses. And our goal, I think, should be here, not to just be what I call friendly airport, taking care of noise complaints and things like that. We don't want the neighbors to hate us because we make too much noise. I think with the variety that we have on the airfield here, we have an opportunity to raise that bar quite a bit and achieve some of the aspirational goals that I think is happening in the valley. As the valley is developing and growing, I think the airport can do things to intersect that and be a much more vibrant part of the community. And I don't know exactly where we are with everything, but I have read parts of the master plan. I think there's upside and opportunity there. So I shared that. So my commitment is to take an already good airport and make sure that we preserve everything that's good about it and make sure we live up to our aspirations on what we want to do with it while we get the money we need to maintain it for the long term and operate it well and have happy stakeholders. So my goal at the end of the day, how do you make them all happy? Well, you can make most of them happy most of the time, but not everybody's going to be happy all of the time. You have to work really hard to prioritize what we deal with, what we manage, and how we spend our time and our resources. So I hope you consider me to be the person to operate and run your airport, and I hope I've demonstrated that through the process that I'll do a good job for you, and I'm looking forward to it. Any questions for me?
Commissioners? Commissioner Hales?
I don't really have questions, but I have a lot of thoughts and observations. Should I jump in on those? Okay. First, I want to say one thing caught my eye as I read through all this material. On page 5 of 5, where it says about OE airports, I circled happy commissioners. I saw that other places. Is that a money-back guarantee that?
It can be.
Okay, you're hired. No. Thank you for the laugh. Now, here are my observations. I don't think I've ever seen such a well-liked person proposing a contract that doesn't pass.
That's new news.
it could very well be that you are the right person to help with our airport, but this is not the right format. And I think that it could very well be that when we started the RFP process, we had one thing in mind, but a lot of things have developed and happened since then, and maybe now it's time to, maybe it would be to our best good to look at how we could engage help. And so I want to leave that thought for just a second. It's not exactly clear to me how to do that, but I have two things that are very clear to me. And one is we need to have a different AAC than we've had in the past. We do have a different AAC. I don't know if we've changed the mission and objectives and that sort of foundational authority. If we haven't, I think we need to do that. I think we need an AAC that is doing substantial work. And that's what we have now, and that's good. That's very good. I think we need that. The second thing that's clear to me is that we need more, no matter what structure we have in the future, we need more eyes on by county. We need more, I don't know what you want to call it, accountability, more reports, more oversight, more ability to steer things that are going on in conjunction with the AAC, so that we get the airport that we want. We need an updated master plan. For me, it's important that we get some folks off the hangar waiting list. It's important that we develop the east side in a way that is according to our vision, but first we have to articulate what our updated vision is. Those things are important. Soaring is important to me. We have this world-class situation, but I don't know that we're truly honing that or taking advantage, and we're not. Self-sufficiency is important, staying on top of maintenance and being a welcoming place. Those are for pilots and others using that. These are important to me. I will say not important to me are some of the activities for the community that you've noted, unless that is truly the vision of the community. I mean, our community has a lot of good activities, and anything that we do in addition to that should be really targeted to what a need is, because I'd rather focus efforts on some of the things that I've already listed that are important to me. So back to where do we go from here? I would say that I would love to have a crystal clear articulation of exactly what I want to have happen. I think that we need, I have talked to a lot of people about this, a lot of airport constituents. And one of them suggested that responsibility, authority, accountability, rewards be appropriately linked, and I think that that is good. I think there's a big appetite for having a county employee eventually manage the airport, eventually as in not 5 years from now, but sooner than that. But I think it's also clear that we need professional help sooner rather than later. And I think that perhaps a consultant role with more help earlier on and perhaps phasing out could be the best way to go. But I don't have particulars to spell that out, but I think that is the direction that perhaps we should try and go.
Commissioner Turkanian?
I had some specific questions that were actually raised by some of the constituents. I get some concerns. I'd like to at least let you have an opportunity to maybe explain them or elaborate on them. First, one of the questions was that your OE has only 2 years of experience in managing airports. And I understand that you said that there's more to that. Can you elaborate on what you meant?
Well, I think yes. First of all, it's a good question. The complexity of an airport has that dimension of operations, which is relatively straightforward. At the end of the day, it's a facility that has all the things you have to deal with facilities, the machinery, the maintenance, and all of that. And you've got a lot of, as a county, you have a lot of the capability to deal with that and manage that today, as Jeff has demonstrated. So when it comes to the aeronautical side, how you go operate an airport has a lot to do with compliance with AC 150, meaning how do I put people out on the airfield safely? How do I allow people to drive out there safely? How do I treat the constituents when they make a mistake? Most of the mistakes made on airports are not intentional. They're accidental. So the training of a ground op safety plan, for example, for the people that drive and access the airport, that's probably the most important thing to get really right, to keep them safe. Obviously keep them happy, but keep them safe. And if they should violate it, if you find somebody out on the runway, they're not really supposed to be out there. You're not there to handcuff them and haul them to jail as an airport manager. You're out there to find out why they're out there. Maybe they're looking for the oil cap that popped off their engine on the last takeoff. Well, let's go deal with that, and let's go find that oil cap. We'll help you do that, okay? So taking care of that stakeholder when they kind of come afoul of rules they may not understand or maybe not have the experience they need to be out there.
So I'm a little confused. I'm just trying to figure out if is OE only had 2 years of experience as a manager, and are you saying that you've identified through those 2 years important stuff and you feel you can do it? Is that your answer? I didn't quite understand.
Yeah, well, as a lifetime in aviation, I started in my earliest years of managing 2 very small airports. So that happened a long time ago. That was in the early 80s. And what I've decided to do with my business, my consulting business, is I found out that the county airports in particular, and those with airport authorities who have their own tax bases, they're great at doing certain things. They're not great at managing everything that's involved in the complexity of an enterprise fund, from the regulatory and the funding and the grant process and grant assurances. So at Danville, it was a little bit of a unique experience. The commissioners there had a very difficult situation with an airport manager, and that needed to be transitioned to a new leadership. That needed to be sorted out. The initial consultant there was to be providing the due diligence for that airport, that Board of Commissioners, and to get them through the process whole. When they found out who I was and what I did, they said, would you run my airport?
Okay, I got to interject. I am bad at this, and I'm going to apologize, and this is what's gotten me in trouble in some other meetings. I get a little bit short and then get a little bit agitated. So I'm going to try to be really nice and everything. I just want to get answers to my questions. I don't want a dialogue of different examples and stuff. You've managed an airport for 2 years, correct?
Correct.
From what you told me, I think you said that as a youngster before, as a younger person before this company was built, you actually managed a couple smaller airports.
Correct.
That's all I've gotten so far. Is that the experience that your company has?
That's fair, that's
Okay,
accurate.
perfect. That's all I wanted to know. How many airports do you guys manage now?
Well, I'm managing 2 now.
Okay.
And obviously, I'm in discussions with others this time, including yourself.
Okay, and what are the 2?
The 2 are Danville, and the potentially is us here at Minden.
So you have 1 right now?
I do consulting. I do consulting for 2 other airports. One of them is just outside of Kansas City, and the other one is just outside of St. Louis in the southern suburbs.
So that's what I was going to ask you too. This company is also, when you mentioned consulting that you've done, that's the same company. You guys do consulting here, and I assume you're trying to get now into the management.
Well, no, I'd rather get into the management. So through my consulting, I've figured out there's some things that we can add a lot of value to and help airports at the county level especially be more successful in their overall operations and their funding of their airport.
Okay, another question that was asked, let me see if I get this in order. Oh, so how long do you plan on overseeing this airport if you get the contract?
What I've seen so far, it's going to be at least a year. I need to be here on the ground a year to get it to where I think we need it to be. Depending on what happens with the development, hangars will be my first choice for development. Obviously, you have a long wait list. We need people here, not landing north
That would be
and
my
south.
next question. I want to get into the hangars next, but how long do you plan? So I assumed that you told the Airport Advisory Board it was going to be 6 months. Did you state that, or?
That was in the proposal, minimum of 6 months. Danville, I just finished a year at Danville. I don't think we'll do this in 6 months. We need to get this up and running. It's probably going to take at least a year.
And did you tell the advisory board that when you met with them?
I did.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I wanted to get your answer because that was something actually Charlotte Hales and myself was talking about at the strategic meeting. It seems there's a huge demand for these hangars, and the hangars pay pretty good rent, and you could probably pay for itself pretty quick. What would you do to provide that supply that is needed?
The supply of hangars?
Demand that is, the supply that is needed for that demand.
Why is it the way it is your question, or?
How would you go about getting more hangars built for the demand that's out there?
Okay. Well, you don't have a lot of federal money available to build your hangars with. You're going to have to find another financing option for it. County bonds would be a great.
I don't mean to, if they're all paying rent, right, the hangars?
They do.
So, couldn't you go out and get a loan and build them and?
Well, that's what I'm suggesting.
Okay.
You can get a loan, or you can do a bond issuance, maybe a more efficient way for the money. That will be decided by the county.
It seems like the longer you wait, you're going to lose some of that demand. If they can't find a place here, they may find a place somewhere else.
Well, 2 things will happen historically in aviation. They'll find another place to go reside their airplane, and you've got some choices north and you've got a choice south, but this is a great choice here. The sooner you get them built, the sooner they'll be here. They buy services, gas, everything that goes with it to help you fund your airport.
Okay, and then when you spoke to the advisory committee, Airport Advisory Board, there wasn't a whole lot of discussion on soaring, but I heard that that's one of the things that you're talking about now. How would you utilize the asset that we have in soaring here and magnify and make it better?
You bet. So the response didn't ask specific details on each of the pieces of aviation or aeronautical use for the airport. So here's what I know about soaring and what's available for soaring here. You have a world-class venue. The airport is strategically located to grab the air that you need and the lift that you need off the mountain that's nearby. So the location is very, very favorable. People from all over the world come here. I don't see what I call an adequate home here for the people that are even based here. If we're having discussions about why are there not bathrooms out there, or why did they take away my outhouse when I was out there on the east side where we all like to operate, that makes zero sense to me. Some of them got mad, I understand, and went to Truckee. Now I understand there's some construction and development at Truckee. Some of them might want to come back. I don't know. My question would be for us, why haven't we got a great venue to welcome people from all over the world in the soaring community? And when you go to Germany and you see what kind of what I call organization and infrastructure they have at these soaring clubs in Germany, it's a clubhouse with, some of them have restaurants and pubs, of course, over there. You can't live without that. But when you see the community that's built around it, they have their own home. They have a place that's theirs, and it's not shanty, rundown, dusty, or outhouses to tip over. It doesn't look like that in Europe, which is probably the most active soaring community in the world. We could do that here.
Okay, I just got two final questions. When you spoke to the Airport Advisory Committee, there wasn't a lot discussed about the east side of the airport, it's my understanding. Part of that would be the hangars, but can you maybe expand upon what your thought process is for the east side?
I think first of all, expanding on the hangars, most of your infrastructure for your hangars looks like it's on the southwest side. I was very pleased, and as a matter of fact, I recommended in my submittal that lease that was there had that property tied up 80-something acres, 86 acres or something like that. If that lease is now freed back up and available at the airport, I recommend that the airport take control of what it wants to develop, not let somebody, a third party, develop that. The hangar infrastructure, they're all there. The other hangars are there. Just kind of keep going and build out there. You've got your power there. You might need more, but you've got access there. And I would not go to the east side for hangars. I would go right there for hangars. Keep going down the hangar roads that we have. I would expand that. So the question put to me during the process was, if you were the supreme ruler of MEV and you could do whatever you wanted to do, what would you do with the east side? Well, it's more important what you want to do with the east side, but I said if it were me, I'd want something that's over there that's airport friendly, and I think that would address the opportunity for the growth in the valley. The valley is exploding in new residents. They're coming here for the lifestyle. They're coming here for all the wonderful reasons that you do. A residential community would be a wonderful thing to put over there that's an air park. A residential air park was one of the things I said we could do over there.
Okay, final question. What do you think of the current management that has been running the airport on the temporary basis?
Well, I can tell you from what I've heard, because I don't know them. I know who they are, but I haven't talked to them, I think, in respect for the RFP process that we've been through. I'd love to spend some time with them. Everything I've heard, they're killing it. They're killing it in a great way. So outstanding on the maintenance. Jeff, from what I hear, has just made that whole world different for them. Heather has made the whole world different for the stakeholders and the members of the airport community by really doing a great job of treating them like humans and taking care of certain things. And I made a joke, and I said the other day, and it drew a laugh, but I said, you can tell when someone's been in solitary confinement for a little too long when they're celebrating getting a trash can on an airport, right? I mean, but what Heather has done is made people feel like they're welcome, that they're not only welcome, but she's going to participate in making the experience a great one for them. So she has really calmed down and eliminated the adversarial relationship that you had with the former contractor. I mean, I've heard stories. I don't know them, but I've heard stories. To me, that looks pretty powerful.
Thank you. That's all the questions I had.
Thank you, Mr. Tricanian. Commissioner Nosat, did you have any questions? Commissioner Rice?
Thank you. I'm aware of, I'm not being a pilot. My brother was, and then he hit himself in the head with the propeller, so he doesn't fly anymore. I didn't need a propeller to do that. I did that on my icy driveway. But one of the things I'm curious about, we did a reorganization of the airport a while back and made all these changes that are now happening and redid the board and put people in there that we felt were very much into the airport. Pardon me. So one of my questions is, in your mind, what are the main points of resistance to you getting the contract?
I think the number one point is the potential loss of Jeff and Heather. I would say that was probably the number one concern that everybody at the AAC and the airport community has. I mean, they do not want to see you guys go away. They love what you've done, and they really respect what you've done, and how you've done it has been exemplary. That's what I think the number one concern is. They were very eager to have a contract in March. Jeff and Heather have proven to them what life could be like, the way they want it to be like, and they've killed it positively.
You said the vote to not hire you from the I'm losing letters and names. Too many acronyms in this. The Airport Advisory Committee voted 11-0 to not hire you, if I heard that correct. 7, not 11. Oh, well, that makes all the difference in the world.
It was unanimous.
Anyway, if we decided to go with the contract, how would you overcome that resistance?
So here's what I think I've understood since Monday. I'll be honest with you. Monday night was a rough start, and I think what the issue wasn't Rod Hightower. The issue was the experience they've just come off of with the former contractor. So I think the mindset was, since we didn't have the opportunity to really have our voices heard, we don't know what Hightower is going to do with the place necessarily. I don't want to lose what I've got with Heather and Jeff. So my feelings were, well, okay, I get that. So what exactly do we need to think about, and where do you want to go? A lot of the things I've heard from the AAC is, hey, we got Heather and Jeff, got all we need. Are they there forever? Are they going to be there for a long time? Are they going to be the permanent solution? I don't know. The county knows. That's up to that. But there is an important way to collaborate with the good stuff that we have available for not only outputs and outcomes that are favorable, but for cost efficiencies. It's not good to have duplicate cost everywhere in a county. We all know that. I'm sure you're wrestling with that financially. But if you've got a fleet of vehicles, they're operated and owned by the county, why aren't we using the county for maintenance and everything else to service in those vehicles? That doesn't need to change and go away. And as a contractor, my job would be to pull those things together, work with what we have, not try to change any of that, okay? All of those things happened from the time in March where I first got a hold of the details of the RFP till now. So I walked in Monday night, a week ago Monday night, it didn't feel very good because everything had changed dramatically. By the time we had finished the Q&A sessions, I think there was a recognition that there's probably a gap that we might have at the county. By the way, you're not alone as a county. Most counties don't do the regulatory stuff, the grant assurance stuff, the grant filing for airports. They don't know that world very well. They don't live in that aeronautical regulated world very well. And I'm finding out that most airport managers, obviously, are not even pilots. Most are not in the airport management world. So they don't necessarily understand what it's like to operate out of an airfield and do the things you have to do aeronautically at an airfield. And I think the members of this Airport Advisory Committee are very experienced aviators, and they know what they want. They know what they need, and they feel that they've gotten about everything they need except for the regulatory part and the compliance part. That's probably what they're missing the most right now. Heather and Jeff have done a great job of doing just about everything else, it sounds like to me.
Thank you.
Okay, well, I guess it's my turn to go, right? As I indicated to staff earlier this week, I am in a real conundrum here. And I suspect that my fellow commissioners are of that same mindset. We have 20 some odd advisory boards in our county, tremendous amount of input from our regular citizens, which is extremely important to us. I don't know that we could operate without that. Certainly we can't be subject matter experts on everything, or for that matter, anything. I don't know that I am on anything, honestly. So when we did have to step in earlier than we expected to as a county to cover the gap between May and December 31st, our county staff reacted to that and assigned folks that came highly recommended within staff for their skills and put them in charge of the airport. And Jeff and Heather and McDonnell. And quite frankly, in talking with members of the Airport Advisory Committee, they seem to have addressed every question that committee has had, and that's been an extremely nice thing to see and witnessed and to hear about. Okay, it could have gone severely in the opposite direction, and I'm glad that it did not, to the benefit and safety of our airport users and our community. But Commissioner Hales and Tarkanian raised some very important questions and some concerns. If the Airport Advisory Committee had voted, say, 4-3 either direction, then I would be more inclined to look more strongly. But and you've indicated that earlier, to try to override a 7-0 decision to not suggest this opportunity for the board weighs heavily on me. I don't know that I can do that, okay? I want to let the members of the Airport Advisory Committee know that, okay? Because I really respect what you do, and I just don't see how I could possibly at this time today override that decision. That doesn't mean that decision will be long-term necessarily. The Airport Advisory Committee and our community seem to be very happy with what Mr. and Mrs. McDonnell are doing out there. But whether or not we approve or disapprove of the contract with you today doesn't necessarily ensure to our community, and that's very important for them to know and for our community to know. That doesn't necessarily mean that their long-term futures and careers in Douglas County are necessarily at the airport, right? And I think they understand that, okay? They may have other opportunities where they want to stretch their wings and take over other responsibilities within our county. Our county management may determine that their experience, their knowledge, their leadership may be necessary somewhere else in our county. We really have to appreciate that and use our internal resources in the best manner in which we can for our community. So once again, that puts us in a tremendous amount of conundrum here, but as has been indicated by Commissioner Hales, I see some potential opportunities and with the kind of expertise and experience you bring, and is illustrated in this proposal. So. It makes it an extremely difficult decision, and not one that I'm necessarily prepared to make today, honestly, So it's a question of, and I think this was articulated by one of the other commissioners, where do we go? Where do we want to go? Where do we go from here? I don't have an answer to that, folks. I really don't.
If I could kind of interject, there are a lot of, it's Terry Willoughby for the record, there are a lot of moving pieces to this. It's been a long process. I asked County Manager Cates, should we scrap the RFP? And we decided, no, we let this process play out. And I wanted to bring up some points and give you some options as we move through this process. So where the AAC only had...
Before we go, though, Ms. Willoughby, I know Commissioner Noasat has not chimed in yet, so we'd like to hear those options, but I think I'd like to listen to...
I'm going to defer to Ms. Willoughby.
Okay, that's up to you. Commissioner.
So where the AAC only had the option of approving or denying, the item is worded for the board to direct staff to continue to work on solutions. So there is an option where you don't have to say approve or deny today. There's a lot of work to be done at the airport. One thing to remember about if we brought the county, if it was to be run by the county employees, that would mean developing job descriptions and opening recruitments, which may or may not, Heather and Jeff may not apply or be the successful applicants. We don't know that. That's not the future. So there's also, I think, parts for everybody in this process. We need people on the ground to work on the maintenance, and we need to have all that done because it's been deferred. We also need someone that can guide the airport to work with you and the AAC to determine what do we want the airport to be? What is the strategic vision? What is the long-term goals for that? And that's part of the strategic plan, but there's two parts to it. There's the everyday running of the airport, and there's also what's the vision for the airport, and I think there's a role for that. So you do have options today where you don't have to say approve or deny. You can direct staff to continue to work with this. Mr. Hightower has indicated he was willing to continue negotiations in various roles and contract terms. The contract as it was designed, it was a 5-year contract, but we had like a stopping point at 3 years to where both parties would come together and we would decide whether to go forward or not. I think there's enough work on that airport that it would take a couple years at least to get together. So those are some thoughts. And I did want to address the comment about the AAC and the mission and vision. That was actually considered in the Moss Adams Airport Operational Review, that the role of the Airport Advisory Committee should be determined and memorialized in mission and vision. So it might be a timely chore for us. I'm happy to answer any other questions.
Thank you,
on
Ms.
that.
Willoughby. I think what you brought forward was I appreciate your comments. Those are very important considerations. Commissioner Hales, you had your microphone back on again. Oh, wait a minute. No, Commissioner Noah said wanted to go, and then.
I want to break the ice a little bit. It's getting kind of chilly around here. When were you planning on bringing back the Blue Angels and instead of the Thunderbirds? Whoa.
Understands that world pretty well. I would ask the question, are they interested in coming back? And has anybody talked to them to find out if they are or not? Because that office that manages that in Pensacola, why are they not coming back is what I would want to understand. And let me tell you why they usually don't come back, to be blunt about it. The market's not big enough, and they don't feel like it's supporting their recruiting initiative well enough. That's the number one reason why they changed venues for air shows. So why would they have gone away? Was it because there was something that we did here that drove them away? I'd like to know about that. Or is it they've decided on their own not to come back? So the first thing that needs to be done is to either go down there and see them in Pensacola, pick up the phone and call them and find out why they're not, if they're interested in coming back, and if not, why they're not. That would be important.
So, Mr. Hightower, I don't know that they have indicated that they're not desirous of coming back. I don't know that that's the case at all. I think they have found, and from what I understand in talking with members of our public, is that the Blue Angels really, really do love coming to MEV and Carson Valley, and they often bring a huge amount of the individuals bring their families here. So I think they really, and of course we have NAS Fallon, so they're close to home based out there too.
Yep.
So I don't know that they have decided or told anybody in our community that they're not interested in coming back. It's just that we normally have them on an every other year basis, and we just had them last October. So their next time that they would be due back would be in October of 2024, if we can facilitate that process of happening. So that's where I think that's where we are on that. Maybe Ms. Davidson has additional information on that, or because I don't want to step on anybody's toes here in that regard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Jennifer Davidson, County Manager for the record. So you are correct. They in no way have indicated that they would not return to this community. I think Ms. Thompson of ABS, the prior contract, prior to their departure, did indicate to them that we are entering a period of uncertainty with regard to the contract moving forward. And so I think we would just need to close the loop with them regarding what our plans are for the future and when we would be ready for them to return and reopen those conversations.
Could I offer a thought on this? No?
Yes, please, go ahead.
And I'm happy to help.
And then we'll go to Commissioner Hales.
Because once you lose that date, one of the hardest things to do is to get the Angels or the Thunderbirds on a date that works for your community. It's the hardest thing to give up. And if somebody told them there's uncertainty, we're not sure we're going to do this ever again, I guarantee you they've got a list of 50 waiting for that date. And they do tend to rotate dates on a major market between the Thunderbirds and the Blue Angels. Have you had the Thunderbirds here before?
Yes, we have.
So whatever has happened, we need to undo that as fast as possible, and I'm more than happy to help out. You don't want to lose that date.
Yeah, thank you. So, Ms. Commissioner Hales?
Just a couple more observations and then a suggestion. These are my observations. Time is of the essence here. It feels urgent that we move forward right away. And I don't think anybody wants to start an RFP, or we want to move forward quickly. Also, I have heard a lot of people say we need professional guidance and we need full-time people there. And I think saying that takes nothing away from Heather and Jeff, because they're awesome. And I personally, deep in my heart, hope that somehow they end up, well, I shouldn't say that, at the airport, but I don't know, whatever works for them. And of course, the process of recruitment needs to be followed. But those things, having said those things, it appears to me that it might work for us to ask our county manager and Ms. Willoughby and whoever else the county manager wants to involve to negotiate an arrangement, a relationship that takes into consideration the main points that the AAC fleshed out during their lengthy meeting, that takes into account, of course, what Mr. Hightower is willing and able to do, and puts together a revised relationship contract of whatever sort and come back to us. And it seems to me like this, and you probably want to involve maybe a person from the AAC, because if you involve everyone right away and try and negotiate with a lot of people, you'll just get bogged down. And then this could perhaps go back to the AAC and come back to us. And I think that this could probably be done in a fairly timely way because the issues have been fleshed out pretty specifically. And I don't know, Ms. Davidson, if you would need more guidance than that, or could you run with what I've just described?
So I would caution us that we're not in a position of making a motion yet because we have to go to public comment. But after we go to public comment, if we're ready to go to public comment, we could go to public comment and then we could come back and talk about and articulate ideas in regards to, and get questions and answers back and forth in that regard, I think. Would that be appropriate, please?
Yes, but if Ms. Davidson could just answer, is this sort of on the right track, then we kind of know where we might be going.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Jennifer Davidson, County Manager for the record, quickly. I do think that is sufficient direction for staff to take action if that is the desire of the board.
Okay. Mr. Hightower, I think that's what we'd like to do is at this time open our floor for public comment. We
Wonderful.
appreciate your presentation, extremely eye-opening and good. So, But let's go ahead and go to public comment, and then we'll come back and do further deliberations and thought processes from the board. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
all of you.
Okay. And we might have questions for you later, so don't leave yet. I don't think you are leaving, but you can choose to sit wherever you wish. Yeah. Except my chair, maybe.
Yeah, definitely. Good
Okay.
spot for you.
So anyways, public comment is now open, and
Mr.
Did you sign in this time?
Oh, sure. Peter Reese for the record. Wow, I'm so glad I'm here, and I'm going to be able to help you all. Well said, Mark, Ms. Hales, you're right on it. Jennifer, awesome. And Heather and Jeff, you guys keep getting praises, and you got them from me. I was going to go into some stuff, but I don't need to waste any more time on that. Great tactical solutions, administrative, operational, couldn't be better, really needed it. County staff, county commissioners, a great decision to put them in. Obviously, you were worried about it. It turned out to be great because the AAC's behind you, the community's behind you. We knew we could make a great airport out of it. We're well on the way. Mr. Hightower, an exceptional candidate. But we are concerned about Heather and Jeff. We don't want them to catch AIDS. Yes, I said the dreaded word AIDS. Airport-induced divorce syndrome. This is a serious thing in, the airport community. We call it aircraft divorce syndrome or airplane divorce syndrome, but anyway, it's the same thing. It's a lot of time, it's a lot of effort. They've got a family to raise and all that. So somehow there needs to be, some help, and they just can't be expected to do this, strategic planning and all of that goes along with it and the long meetings and all that. They need some help. We all know that. And we know we need people that are able to give them that help. And we're trying. All of us are putting our efforts in there. Let's talk about Mr. Hightower. I want to point out a couple things, and please, if I go over, don't punish me. I'll try to make it quick. He's a great strategic person for what our airport needs. Let's talk about some of his experience. I mean, you were concerned about his experience with airports. When he was very young, he managed airports. He's been involved in the largest airport in the world. Now, I make that comment not lightly. The largest airport in the world. He, for 2 years, helped manage that. And that's the EAA airport at Oshkosh. Every year, there's more aircraft operations there than any place in the world in that week, bar none. Okay? So that's a great experience. His leadership at the EAA, is the largest aviation event in the world. That's the largest air show, the largest people coming there, the crowd, it's the largest. It's really incredible. It's giant. He was in the Reno Gold Race. I just want to point this out. His airplane was in the race where the accident happened. He was number 2 behind that. And that accident was avoided, but he was there and his pilot was there. And so were other people in our community. They were in that race also with the same type of airplanes in that same race. So he's close to this.
Mr. Reese.
Okay.
Your 3 minutes has exceeded.
Should I quit or
Yes,
can
please.
I go on a little more?
No, please.
All right.
Because we want to make sure that everybody else has an opportunity. And if we allow you longer periods of time, we'd have to entertain everybody else. So, thank you. I appreciate it.
Hi, Jim Jackson. Listening to all of this, a couple of things came to mind. The airport community, which is pilots and the people that work at the airport and all that is fine, but what about all of us that live around the airport? I didn't hear much conversation about what we want and what our concerns are. One of the things that was mentioned is the growth in the valley is exploding. What I heard was, so will the airport explode. And that's not what we want. We want an airport where we have air shows, where we have nice communities, have a nice restaurant, have a well-functioning airport, but we don't want an international airport that's landing jets and cargo planes and all this into the valley every day and every night. That's one of the things I didn't hear anybody talking about. And it's one of the things that people will be really up in arms about, almost as much as the Painted Rock Mine and everything. That's how much adversary this is going on. You're talking about a contract that's worth $1 million a year. $1 million a year will buy a lot of the stuff that we were talking about issuing bonds for and making loans for and everything. You've got a couple of people here that it sounds like they're very capable at running the airport. Do they need more help? Yeah, everybody can use help in a business and stuff. Well, $1 million a year will pay for some of that and everything. So, I would think that you would want to look at it from that point of view. What does the community really want from this airport? We don't want an international one. We want a nice community airport. This valley is a urban environment that is growing. I came from Southern California, out in the Rancho Cucamonga area. When I moved there, it was nothing but orange groves and lemon groves. When I left, you could walk housetop to housetop and everything. The airport, Ontario Airport, which was a nice airport, doubled in size. There was a couple of small community airports, they doubled in size. And everybody said it wouldn't happen. Well, it did. And that's where this valley is headed with the uncontrolled growth that we're getting and everything. You see more and more of it going up every day. Our infrastructure can't handle it and stuff. So until you get the infrastructure in place and everything, I don't think you want to be doubling the size of an airport or doing any of those things that's going to create a lot of turmoil. You got a huge UPS terminal going in there. If you don't think that's going to impact us, you better think again. It's going to. Maybe not with airplanes right away, but it is going to impact the truck traffic on Johnson Lane, which we're going to have troubles with when the Painted Rock Mine goes through. Everything. So those are all things that we, as the community that live there, think about. Didn't hear much of that coming out of you. It was more the business community, the pilots, the people that work at the airport and all those things. Yeah, they're all important, very important. And they should have a good place to work and fly their planes. But we should also have a good airport that's good for the residential areas around here and the people that live here and everything. So that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Additional public comment?
That's right, I'm back. I just have one thing I want to clarify, and this is a direct quote that I placed to the manager of the ABS as to the Blue Angels. I was told that she told them not to ever come back. That's a direct quote. One of the problems that the AAC had, and I think the county has, is that the previous contractor really convinced the Board of Commissioners on a real positive, healthy program, and it didn't turn out that way. So just to alleviate a little bit of tension, I think there's a little bit of gun shyness to jump into another one from a frying pan to the fire, and I understand that. I do have a question for Mr. Hightower. Is there any documentation or somewhere where I can learn and understand the grant assurance program?
Mr. Ersick,
Oh, I can't.
you may ask questions of the board, and if we feel like they are relevant questions, then we can ask them of Mr. Hightower. But please address your questions to the
I
board,
understand.
not
So
to
I
the
want you to
individual
ask him
presenter.
this question then.
Okay, so what was the question again?
Is there a documentation somewhere where explains the and clearly understand the FAA grant assurance programs?
What's that, Miss? Yeah, you can acquire those at your office. Okay, thank you.
Contact. Okay, thanks. And also, I would like to, if you could speak to the involvement of NDOT Aviation Department relative to funding the MEV projects.
Okay, we'll look into addressing both of those questions for you.
And my name's AJ, Vice Chairman of the AAC.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
For the record, I'm Rich Chapman. I've been a tenant for a number of years and a pilot for even longer, but I just want to bring up one point that I observed happen, which was kind of a revelation to me. I saw a local government that actually saved the county quite a bit of money because of a concept called shared resources. Jeff, as miraculous as he's been, he wasn't able to do it all by himself, but he had access to prioritize certain things for his department to come out and do some work out there when it really needed to be done. And I don't think it necessarily meant that other work didn't get done. You know, it was just a very efficient and pleasant observation that I made, so I can no longer badmouth governments anymore. So thank you for allowing that to happen and not micromanaging Jeff.
Okay. And that's what I was going to ask you to do, is please sign your name there so we have that for the record.
I usually forget, but.
Yeah, thank you. Additional public comment?
Good evening, thank you. Heather McTonnell for the record. I wasn't planning on speaking, but I couldn't sit still, sorry. So I appreciate you guys on all your time and everything that you've put into this, and the AAC has been really great. I wanted to thank everyone sincerely for everyone's support and help, and throughout this whole process has been pretty wonderful. Everyone has asked me what I want to do if I would want to be in the airport, but no one's asked me what I've already done. So I just kind of wanted to give you guys a brief synopsis and try and help you learn quickly what everyone's talking about, because the whole world of the airport is full of acronyms, right? So we have the ACIP, okay, the Airport Capital Improvement Plan. You guys know what capital improvement plans are. You've been with it knee deep, neck deep for a long time. So that just means what is involved in the Airport Capital Improvement Plan. The AIP is part of that, as it helps with the, oh, now I'm getting nervous and losing my words. It helps with the ADO and assurance of where we're going to go next. Our Airport Improvement Plan, thank you, brain, helps us. We have to put a 5-year plan with the FAA. So we have to make our AIP, our Airport Improvement Plan, 5 years in advance with the FAA. That has been done. Our ADO, our Airport District Office, is in Phoenix. They are the ones that are in control of our grants. They approve them or deny them. I had Mr. Mike Williams, the manager of the ADO in Phoenix, fly out yesterday to meet with me. And I toured around the airport, and we went over all of the grants that we were getting ready to do. And I asked him about hangar development. And at first he said, no, we don't want to fund hangar development, because the grants, there's 3 processes. Okay, so the FAA gives the airport $150,000 a year. That's automatic. It's called entitlement funds, okay? So you can save those for up to 3 years and do a bigger project with it. After that, there is discretionary funds. And our engineers, over here, Armstrong Engineer, who we just passed for the next 5 years, are very good at helping with those discretionary funds and putting in the grant applications for them. And by the way, I have read the grant assurances. They're on the back of every grant that we do, AJ, and I have tons of copies for those. I recently just put up human trafficking posters in the bathrooms, because that is one of the grant assurances, and that was not completed. So I have them working on it. I am making sure we're in compliance. And I don't want to take up any more of your time, but there is a lot more. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. I have met both with NDOT, who is also doing state grant matching funds right now, and we just received one of those. We've put in 3 payment requests to be reimbursed to the FAA, and so we are working towards all of that in compliance. And also, one more thing, speaking with the ADO yesterday, he did say that the county is ultimately responsible for compliance over the grants. So if there's something happens, and it doesn't matter if it's a county employee or a contracted employee, the county is ultimately responsible. So you guys have a great evening, and thank you again very much.
Thank you, Ms. McEnroe. It might, as she's indicated, I know that she has a lot more to share with us than she can in 3 minutes. So perhaps maybe we can look at a presentation of what's happened and the future plan. But thank you very much. Is there any additional public comment before we bring it back to the board and talk about what action we want to take?
Mr. Chairman, Al Brown for the record. Commissioners, thank you. I'm actually here today to answer any questions you might have about what happened at the AAC meeting a week ago Monday. No further comments than that, but what can I answer for you? Pardon me.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think we have, well, anyways, I don't want this to be a back and forth question and answer period. If you had something specific you wanted to share with us, then please do. Otherwise, once again, we need to bring it back to the board.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank
Thank you so much. Not trying to cut you off, but. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So sensing no further public comments, we'll bring it back to the board. There was a couple of questions, I guess. Mr. Ersick wanted to know specifically about NDOT's participation and documentation in regards to insurance, and Ms. Willoughby has indicated she has that information at her office. Is that correct?
Ms. McDonnell answered the question about NDOT, and we bring all the grant agreements to the board, but he can certainly contact me and I can direct them to where they're on the agenda.
Okay. Okay. So we'll bring it back to the board. Now we can discuss potential path forward.
Can I make a motion?
Yes.
I move that we direct county staff to negotiate with all due haste and with the appropriate involvement of a representative of the AAC, a contract with Mr. Hightower that takes into account the matters discussed at the AAC meeting and matters discussed at this meeting, along with other considerations staff feels are appropriate, with the goal of returning to the AAC and then the BOC with a different proposal.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Hales, seconded by Commissioner Rice, directing staff to go forward with this, right? I don't know how else to say it. Go forward with this and see what agreements can be worked out. Any further questions by the commissioners before we vote on that? Okay.
I just want to, does that work for you? Okay.
Okay. All those in favor of that action signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 5-0. I wanted to address what Mr. Jackson brought up in regards to the expansion of the airport. The reason I think, at least myself, and I think I probably will speak for the rest of the commissioners, is there has been no mention of the expansion of the airport and no indications from the AAC or the community or this board that we're interested at all in looking at expansion of the airport.
Yeah, and Terry will be for the one of the critical items that has to be completed was mentioned in the Moss Adams operational review. It's part of the AAC's mission and vision is to update that airport master plan and what is the vision for the airport, and that will certainly be addressed. And I don't think that contains it. Yeah.
And that will also include members of the public.
It would be a public hearing. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Community. Pardon me? I might. Yeah, sure. I think. Okay. I think you can address those questions, Mr. Jackson, with the AAC, and Mr. Brown will surely, I think, put the rest your fears. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Okay, so we're done with item number 5. Thank you very much. That was a very, very good presentation, and we thank you for that. With that, we'll go to items number 6 for presentation only. Announcements, reports, updates from county commission members, including updates on the various boards and/or commissions that they may be a member of or a liaison to, or meeting functions they have attended, and any request by a commissioner for discussion of a future board agenda item. I'm going to let, I know that Commissioner Rice has an appointment to get out to Winnemucca, of all places, and I know he wants to leave, so we'll go ahead and have you go first if you have things you wish to share with us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the things that I really want to talk about is we just opened the event center at Lake Tahoe. It is now open and running. We have a professional hockey team that is coming to Lake Tahoe. We have already scheduled all kinds of conventions and events and Comic-Con and who's this Bulldog guy? Pitbull guy. Okay, I knew it was some kind of a dog, but he's going to be there, I believe, next weekend. And unfortunately, I'll be in Winnemucca and won't be able to enjoy his whatever he does. Anyway, I'm very, very pleased that the event center turned out the way it did. I'm very pleased at the way it's going to be, or is being financed. And I'm very glad that we have the support of damn near everybody that walks through the door. So thank you and goodbye.
Okay. And for the public's knowledge, I think it's important to understand that the event center is not a county facility. Okay, so when you say we, I get questions. Why wasn't the commissioners involved in the ribbon cutting? And because it's not a county facility. That facility is owned by the Tahoe Douglas Visitors Authority, and they're responsible for the financing. So that's why we weren't involved in the ribbon cutting. So, anyways, just a point for our members of the public. Commissioner Hales, you have things you wish to share with us?
You know what? I'll share things when I don't have anything pressing and it's pretty late, so I'll share next time.
Thank you. Commissioner Tarkanian? Commissioner Noah. Okay, I will share that. Yes, I've been attending a lot of meetings, but I will wait for the next meeting to do so as well. It looks like our county manager has her hand up, so she wants to share something before we go to closing public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, Jennifer Davidson, County Manager for the record. Just very briefly reminding everyone the strategic planning process and public engagement process is ongoing. We had a wonderful meeting earlier this week. Our next public workshop is on October 9th from 4 to 7:30, and the survey, which now includes 700 respondents, is ongoing and will be closing at the end of this month. So if you have not taken an opportunity, please do take that survey, and we appreciate everyone's involvement and staff's wonderful work during that process, as well as the commission's wonderful leadership. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. With that, we will go to closing public comment. At this time, public comment will be taken on those items that are within the jurisdiction and control of the Board of Commissioners, or those agenda items where possible, where public comment has not already been taken. Ms. Willoughby.
Oh, sorry, I think I just joined. Terry Willoughby for the record. And I just wanted to let the public know there was an item on consent, item N. That is the digital budget book that my staff have worked diligently to prepare. There'll be a press release coming out with a link, and it has a lot of great information about the county, and I want everyone to be able to look out for that. So kudos to my staff, and just be on the lookout for that.
Thank you.
I'm back. Do I need to sign this again?
I don't know. Do we? Okay, you can.
Well, thank you for listening to me. I was getting a little hot under the collar for the airport one, but it's a big concern to all of us up there. I've talked to the Airport Commission a couple of times. I've talked to the soaring people a couple of times about some of the antics that their planes have done, and they seem to respond very well to it. And I mentioned to them, these were the rules you wrote, follow them. And so they said, yeah, we probably should do that. And they did, and we haven't had any problems for quite a while. But the way I'm looking at it is there's several problems going on in our area. One is the Painted Rock Mine, a very big problem. We're all pretty sure that the BIA and the Bureau of Land Management is going to go ahead and let it happen, and nobody's going to stop them. That's going to put a lot of traffic on Johnson Lane. And Johnson Lane is only a 2-lane road. I don't care how well built it is, it's only 2-lane. Your UPS facility, I just found out, does not have access to the runway, so it's all going to be truck traffic. Well, that size of a terminal is going to have a heck of a lot of trucks going up and down Johnson Lane. The traffic at 395 and Johnson Lane is going to be unbearable. The gravel trucks now that are traveling it, you get a long trailer with a second trailer, cannot make the turn unless they go out into traffic lanes. So they have to sit there until the light changes. They can't go through on the green right turn. And I've been stuck behind them several times. So that's another big issue and everything. But you've got a couple of competent people, it sounds like, to run your airport. Why spend $5 million over 5 years to bring in some high-priced consultant when maybe you could hire a couple of people and spend that money on actually improving the airport? That makes sense to me as a business decision and everything. And it sounds like they're following all the compliances and everything like that, and you've got the Airport Advisory Commission. Listen to them. That's what you've got them for. You mentioned at one point that you're not experts on everything. That's why you got all these advisory committees. Well, when they vote 7-0 to say no, I think it's your obligation to say no also, and then listen to why they said no, and then go from there. Not rush into anything, because this is our money that you're spending. And we don't mind you spending it if we're getting something for it in return and stuff. So that's my 2 cents on it. But please pay attention to what the community, the people that are not pilots, that are not flyers and everything, what we actually are after. And that's not to have a gigantic airport down there that's busy and busy and busy, and you hear it all night long. So anyway, that's my 2 cents again.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Additional public comment? I thought Mr. Ursick was going to offer some. Okay, with that then, seeing no other business on our agenda, the meeting is hereby adjourned. Thank you.